Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America. Want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. I want to welcome you to another late night library session. You know, I am your host instructor, Dr. Shahidi Maniya Mohadi Shabazel. And my ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedwa Mentiel Muhammad Shepsuel. And we most definitely have a powerful, powerful measure to bring forth to you, Moorish kin. You know, tonight, all of our family out there, be sure to get them likes up, you know, share and subscribe. You know, and then we just gonna say honors to all of our family that's on the manifest in this new era and time. So we got a lot to cover. We got a lot of ground to cover. You know, and before we go in there, you know, we're gonna give our family another grand drawing. You know, we want to give an extra measure because this right here is most definitely warranted for this particular drawing that we getting ready to bring forth. So I got another grand portion of this introduction to give you, family. So just hold fast real quick.
outcast from heaven into hell, we a product of prison. All our hatred for the system, we unloaded from pistols. Deep within that dark chamber was the seed of my anger. Hopeless black souls in danger, even God was a stranger. Before we came in this world, devils plotted to hang us. Faith in the gospel of Nat, turn a blazing our burners. Moses seen a burning bush, I believe it was George. She was Uncle Tom and Fugazi, nigga, slave employed. And all that talking about trapping don't certify you gangster. Cause I know plenty pushovers who claim they gunslingers. Commercializing the streets call me the Punisher. Cause I'm back to punish you perpetrators, ain't one of us. In new flesh, I'm the thoughts of God and Malcolm and Dewey. I'm a southern street for God, a governor until they do me. And I'm integrated with struggle until my dying days. You can take a third from the street, but not as gutter ways. I'm street incarnated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We here, family. We here. We got a grand drawing to bring on the manifest. You know, we out there to reach our people, man, from, you know, the booth, you know, to the truth that we bring, you know, every night on this late night library session. So this gonna be a powerful measure right here, family. We got some real history to expose to y'all. And we want to make sure this information go viral, family. I'm telling you. You know, this stuff here that I'm finna get ready to go into now. Oh man. All I can say is our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, is truly a prophet. You know, and we gonna definitely see that by the time we get done with this particular measure. You know, and all I can say is the brother and God man was most definitely the truth. You know, and so without further ado or delay, again, we're gonna go into the essence of, in reality, what is a Negro? You know, this is actually coming from the Book of Fire. You know, in order for us to understand this, we want to go into a grand drawing, so to speak, as it relates to the literature that Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought to the Moors. You know, he had 2 questionnaires. The oldest of the 2 is actually our 102s. You know, and in the 102s, there are certain questions that you won't find in the 101s. But these questions in the 102s are very important. And it was a little too hard for people to swallow at a particular time. In fact, it is from these particular drawings right here that there was inspiration that was given to some of the lessons of the NOI, you know, and what he actually was drawing from. And these lessons were definitely found in the possessions, you know, of even our brother, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you know, when he was arrested for draft dodging at a particular time. You know, according to what the Europeans said in the newspaper, we put that out there in the past. All you got to do is go back and look at our information. You know, but Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought our people the truth and nothing but the truth. You know, so help us exert the great God Allah that is within us. You know, and we want to point out some things that's very important, you know, and very significant in relation to dealing with what it is that we are demonstrating here tonight. So without further ado or delay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna get into it. So let me remove this banner right here real quick. Actually, I want to put a measure on here, so give me a second. We're gonna remove this. Okay. All is well. So yeah, let me get this here. Family, make sure again, y'all share this video. You know, be sure to hit the like, share, and the subscribe. And that way we can break through this algorithm. We in this together, family. Your voice through my voice. Peace and love. 1 second here. All right, so here we go. What I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to put this banner down here at the bottom of the screen so that those who come in here know the subject matter that we're dealing with. So I have to grab it real quick from our other area. Okay, so let me drop this in here, and then we're gonna kick this demonstration off. Y'all gonna love this. Be sure again to like, share, and subscribe. This is very powerful that we had to bring on the manifest. Let me try to change the visual up here as well while I'm at it. Lord's lead on the victory is sure. We got some information that we getting ready to bring forth that's finna shock. It's finna shock y'all, family. You know, because you finna see exactly why these titles were put upon us, why they were calling us Negroes, black and colored people. You know, you already know a lot of this come from John Blumenbeck through scientific racism as far as certain things. But there are others who have wrote information as well that is relative to why, you know, certain titles were forced upon our people, basically. Why certain titles were given to us. And you're going to understand exactly what Prophet Noble Drew Ali meant when he gave his definition, you know, of who or what a Negro is. You see? And our chairman did a great job as well in his commentaries, you know, in the Book of Fire as it relates to that as well. And that way we can see that if you attach yourself to the name black, you still attaching yourself to the name Negro. If you attach yourself to the name Negro and black, well, you still attaching yourself to the title or name that has been given, referred to as color. And under these particular titles, you know, you will find that they are never in your favor. You know, even though our people for some reason have this affinity, you know, of being attached to the word black, for example. You know, they lose their mind about that one word that was created by the European, you know, basically for their divine and earthly salvation, not yours. You see? So we're going to definitely make this plain, you know, and it's going to be as plain as it can get. We ain't here to deceive you or mislead you. We're going to give you the truth. And what our family do with the truth, you know, after that, then it's on them. And you're going to see the culprits that are mentioned here. And you're going to see why we demonstrate as we do a lot of times, you know, because our family sometimes may become alienated by what it is that we bring on the manifest if they don't know what it is that we are demonstrating. You know, so it's a reason why we demonstrate as we do. So we just want to make it plain to our people and uplift them, elevate them. You know, we're not here to confuse our family. We're here to remove the cobwebs of confusion. You see? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually do it this way this time. I'm just trying to put a measure up here so that our family can get this. And they'll get a drawing off of it. Okay. So now that we have that, I'm going to hit save. That way our live photo change. We want our people to be able to see our picture up there because thumbnails make all the matter here. You know, if the people can see what it is that you demonstrating, then they are more than likely to be able to sit down and get a drawing from us. So give me a second here, family. We getting ready to go in. Y'all already know we ain't playing. I already know y'all. Every time y'all come in here, y'all gonna get fed the truth. You know, we ain't giving our people no garbage. We ain't giving them no soul food. Cause we know what that includes. We got food for the soul, but we ain't giving them no soul food. It's different between food for the soul and soul food. Especially that diet that they had brought us up on. We had no choice to eat garbage in order to survive. You see? Well, we in a situation right now where we got a choice. We can eat good right now. You know, this luxury meal right here. Hold up real quick. A luxury meal without the deal. We just giving it freely. Okay, there we go. So we ready now on that portion. I'm cutting down all these different tabs that I don't need so they won't interfere with what it is we demonstrate. And so let me open this up. Salute to the family that showed up too. You know, our brother Noble Brian, Facebook user, Sinead. Sister Cena Renee, Dodd Ikarin Bay, our family creator of the Boundless Universe. We got a grand draw. We back to the teaching again, family. Okay. So let me share my screen here. All right. Share the entire screen. That way I can navigate and not worry about that in which I didn't share. So we're going to go here first, family. We're going to go here first because the name of our subject matter is dealing with, you know, basically giving us the definition of what a Negro is. So let's start with what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said here in the 102s. He said the same thing in the 101, but it's deeper information, like I said, that is here in the 102s that is not in the 101s. So anyway, because our people wasn't even willing to accept this back then. So starting at question 86, Prophet Noble Drew Ali asked the question, name some of the marks that were put upon the Moors of Northwest Mexum by the beast, Satan, in 1774. It says Negro, black, colored, and Ethiopian. So these are marks that were put on us by the beast in 1774. Prophet Noble Drew Ali mentioned this. You see? Now, when we get deeper into this, it's going to be evident. So he followed up with the next question, question 87. He said, in reality, what is a Negro? A Negro is an animal that has 4 legs. We're going to get into this in a minute and show you what the prophet meant and why he said this. They're like, man, I ain't found no Negro yet. You know, that was supposed to be dealing with 4 legs, you know, but you're going to learn why he said this. It says, what is meant by the word black? Black, according to science, means deaf. Y'all already know what this means because y'all know that this has to do with status, law, and the condition, what we call it, black code laws, code noir. And also the condition that we living up under. You know, the lives definitely don't matter, even though some people believe that they do. And we don't say that to attack them. We saying that because that's the truth. And they should know that by now. So anyway, what does the word colored mean? Colored means anything that has been planted, stained, varnished, or dyed. What does Ethiopia mean? Ethiopia means something divided. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. Why? Because man is made in the image and after the likeness of Allah. That means that you transcend this body in all actuality. Even though we deal with the arm, leg, arm, head, and the manifest of it, you transcend the body in spirit, in your essence. You made in the likeness of the Creator. So there's no title that man can give you, your slave master, slave breaker, slave maker, slave holder can give you. Ain't no name that he can give you that'll take you outside of the realm of that, unless you believe that his power extends beyond that of the great God Allah within you, the God within you. So the next question was why? But then it went into, well, what title does Satan gives himself? God. When you define the word white, white means purity. Purity means God. God means the ruler of the land. To whom do we refer to at times as being the great God? Allah. All this right here has meaning to it. And the information we're going to go into, you're going to see exactly why we said this. Is the devil made in the image and likeness of Allah? No. He is a shadow of our lower selves and will pass away. Who made the devil? Elohim. Who is Elohim? The 7 created spirits that created everything that ever was, is, and ever more to be. You see? And we can go all the way into it. What is Elohim sometimes called? The 7 eyes of Allah. How many days are in the circle? 7 days. How many days are in creation? 7 days. According to science, how many days are in a year? 7 days, according to us. Right? So, because 7 days represent a cycle. That's why we say it represents a year. 7 days represent a circle because it's 7 days that make a week. You see what I'm saying? And how many days in the circle, as well? 7 days, because they represent the 7 days in the week and 7 days of a creation. You see? But that's a whole nother aspect of it. The main thing we want to get into is why we can't be Negro, black, and color. These were given to us as supposed to be a title of race. Negro, black, and colored didn't even represent a nationality to the European. They assigned to the people that are considered a property what they call their race. You see, but we know that we are Asiatics by race according to the Moorish paradigm and what we teach. You see what I'm saying? Because that simply has to do with being earthbound. That's the manifest of things. All these other titles, Negro, black, colored, and Ethiopian and so forth and so on, these titles we know were given to us by the European. We know, who our people truly were. We know who the Ethiopians were. Even though they say it means subdivided, and our prophet said it means subdivided, he was giving us history that he had read. The same stuff that I'm pulling up in the records now, Prophet Noble Ali had most definitely been knowledgeable of this. And it's the reason why he felt it necessary. And I'm going to show you why. There was a book that I'm getting ready to show y'all that was written a year before Prophet Noble Ali was born. But before I go into that, and this book is going to unveil why the prophet talked about, in reality, what a Negro was, being an animal having 4 legs. You're going to see why he said this. You see? Now notice these marks that were put upon the Moors of Northwest were put upon them by the beast, Satan, in 1774. So we know that this ain't no mystery Satan. We know that this ain't no mystery devil. This devil represented a particular people that was in rule at that time. He didn't even let you know that up here when he was talking about, what is the name of the person into whom Yahushua first reincarnated? Prophet Muhammad the Conqueror, the same one referred to as the Comforter, or the Spirit of Truth that was coming behind Yahushua, that he talked about in the Bible that most people have a misunderstanding of. Same one that was spoken of in the book of Revelations, chapter 14, that was coming behind the Lamb after the Lamb delivered only 144,000. A messenger would come behind him with the everlasting gospel for those who remain on the earth. Y'all already know it. Those who have been following me, y'all already know what it's referring to. It's definitely referring to Prophet Muhammad the Conqueror. But Prophet Noble Drew Ali also spoke on the saving power that come from our ancient fathers. So you have to go into, question 40 and 41. Once you add that up, 40 and 41, I'm going to go over there real quick so y'all will see the question, those who don't know it. What is our prophet to us? He is an angel of Allah who is sent to bring us the everlasting gospel of Allah. What is the everlasting gospel? It is a saving power that comes from Allah through our ancient fathers by his prophet. This is the saving power, family. 40 and 41 in mathematics is 81. So when you understand that the saving power comes through your ancient forefathers and mothers, you understand how Yahushua will return to conquer him. You see, through the same spirit. You see, what is the name of the person again to whom he was first? Prophet Muhammad the Conqueror, reincarnated. So now it says, though, because if you go in the book of Revelation, it was actually a few angels that even came behind Yahushua. The first one bringing the everlasting gospel. That's why you can hear Prophet Noble Drew Ali say, when I was Muhammad, Rome, you had me 2,000 years ago. He referred to himself as being, Noah, Muhammad, and Yahushua. He was saying he was coming in the same spirit, getting outside of the spookism. The same thing they came to do for their people during their time, he came to do for us in our time. And he came 5 times more powerful because he came 5 times more greater, having the powers of all of them combined being love divine, so to speak. So anyway, once we look at this and we see the math has to do with the saving power that come back to us, still there was a process that had to take place after the coming of Yahushua and Muhammad. That's why the question was asked, was Satan to be bound then? Satan was to be bound in part. You see, it says that means it was leaving some work for somebody else to do. Somebody was going to have to fully come and bind him, right? If he was bound in part, that means he still had the opportunity to get loose again, don't it? It said, when was the head of Satan taken off? 1453 Byzantine. And everybody know that this is dealing with the rule of that particular empire. You see, the head of the physical, but the spiritual still manifested somehow in this new era and time, because we found it in the form of the beast. Remember, Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast represent different degrees. Just like as man unfolds, his God unfolds, and he can become one with the great God, man can also go into a state of what I call devolution. We see people out there using that term now when you refer to certain things that they call Darwinism and that Darwinian philosophy. I use that term devolution and devolution, and it pretty much went viral in the conscious community. And so it's got a lot of atheists upset because people using it. It don't exist, but they don't understand, the fall of man. The fall of man would be a devolution. Because if you was God in your higher self and you fall into your lower self, into the bottomless pit of your own ignorance, what else do you think you will manifest? So you fall from the degrees, just like Lucifer in the Piscean records in the Bible, from Lucifer to Satan to dragon to devil and to beast, LSD, D, and B. You see? And the beast, again, is in the bottomless pit, of your insufficiency or your lack of knowledge, or we can say the human knowledge that you've been dependent on. You see? So this manifests in man. God manifests in the form of man, and that Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast can manifest in the form of man. See, in the 102s, it go deeper into that. That's why I say, are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes, we all have the same father and mother. Because it was talking about the angels that keep the, those who were cast out of the holy city from running away. Who were these people? Watch what it say up here. It says, who were Adam and Eve? They were the ones who brought about discord in the holy city of Mecca and were cast out. See, this is where the NOI got a vibration from in their lessons, you know, because they talk about Adam and Eve being cast out of the holy city. Adam and Eve is not our mother and father. That's one thing we agree with the European about. Ish and Isha is our mother and father, all saw and all set. It says, where did they go? They went into Europe. Huh? It says, what is the modern name given to their children? Romans. What is the shade of their skin? Pale. Who is God in the holy city of Mecca today to keep them from returning? Angels. What is the modern name for those angels? It's say Arabian. It's talking about the original Cushites family, the same one we were talking about last night, not the pale skin modern Arab. What is the shade of their skin? Olive. And you know how dark that olive is. So you know the prophet definitely wasn't talking about no pale skin Arab, because he told you the pale skin people was the Romans. You see? What is the shade of their skin? Olive. And then it asks again, are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes, the ones that's keeping them from re-entering. Now, there's one aspect of the holy city that deal with the actual land, and there's another aspect of the holy city that deal with man himself, the holy city above his neck. So the same way, you know, that Adam and Eve was cast out of the holy city, when we receive the truth, we know that an angel is a thought of Allah made manifest in human flesh. So these angelic thoughts that come in your mind that will free you from mental slavery are the same angelic thoughts manifested in human flesh that exile that Adam and Eve discord thought pattern out of you. It will exile that Negro, black and colored, and Ethiopian thought pattern, demarcated, divided thought pattern out of you. So the angels that guarded the holy city on the plane of things made manifest in the physical form, that's one thing. But what about those angelic thoughts manifested in you that free you and keep you from allowing, you know, that old slave mentality to overtake you? So there has to be a scimitar placed in your garden above your neck, moving in every direction, just like the cherubim did in the Garden of Eden, i.e. you understand that the scimitar represents consciousness. Where you're able to cut away all ungainly things. You ain't letting it up in here. It can't come through now one of the gateways. It can't come from the front, from the back, from the left or the right. Because your head is on a swivel. Not your head so much so, but your consciousness is on a swivel and won't allow that negativity in. You see? Oh, it makes sense now, don't it? So we go on. Are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes. We all have the same father and mother, Ish and Isha. Well, give 5 names that are given to the descendants of Adam and Eve then. Because we Moors and the angels got the same father and mother. But we don't have the same father and mother when it comes to dealing with this Adam and Eve degree, because that's a whole different people. What's their name? Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast. What is the devil sometimes called? The lower self, that which comes from the carnal flesh. See, that's the difference between the original man, the Cadmonites, as we would call them, Adam Cadman, you know, the being of light, you know, that one which was among the Elohim in the beginning of the book of Genesis, when he said, let us make man in our image. We was present in our spirit form. There's a difference between, we are the thought of Allah made manifest in human flesh. We just so happen to come on a pilgrimage in the creation, you know, and took part in that creation, you know, from the spiritual aspect as well as evolving from protoplasm. That's the real common ancestor. Our common ancestor is the God self. That's what we all derive from. Everything in creation that came into existence can be accredited to the God self. Protoplasm means first form man. And people think about the physical. No, this is man in his elemental state, because it's still man. Even scientists now speaking about man after he died. In all actuality, he is immortal because his body decomposes and goes into the earth, but yet it still lives on. So he's never destroyed. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. You see? But that's a whole nother measure. So anyway, there are two selves in us. We got the potential to be the higher self or the lower self. The higher self is the God self, and the lower self is most definitely that Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, beast degree that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called the brown germ. He says it got a brown germ. We got two germ, original germ and the other. The brown germ is one that we need to separate. It's called the self. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he was trying to teach you more science indirectly, you see. But, we just showing you certain things that our people never picked up on, right? So we understand why, they also taught the same thing about this Adam and Eve. That Adam and Eve was the ones that brought confusion and conflict in the garden. Yeah, teach that in the NOI lessons. The 1 through 14. It goes into that. So we both taught the same thing from there. But in the 101s, you don't see it as graphic as this. And this was too much for them to swallow at that time. So the prophet gave them the 101s, to slow the ethers down a bit. For those who may be in fear of saying these type of things. So we gonna see why this was said. So now you know who these particular people was, and what was manifested as a result of that. You understand easily. When Prophet Noble Drew Ali went to speaking on what he spoke of, it all makes sense now, like we said. So, I'm gonna go right here into the Book of Fire. Let me close this one out real quick. I'm gonna go into the Book of Fire. So it's a difference between, again, spirit man and carnal man. The difference between us and those who come from us is that we, the original make of man, was a thought of Allah. Now we know Allah's thoughts are pure. Allah don't have no dirty thoughts. He don't make no mistakes either. But when you get to dealing with everything else that came from that man, by default, it will be truth and falsehood strangely mixed, because the European and every other people that came from the original man, they all have that of a material nature that dominates them more than those who come directly through the line of the man who was a thought of the creator. We don't say that to be mean and unjust. We telling you the truth. One is more spiritually inclined and one is more materially inclined. And that's why it's always a conflict that can't be told in words. So let me go a little further on this here, because we're going to make it plain. Yeah, I told you, we don't sugarcoat nothing, family. We do not sugarcoat nothing. So let me go back. I just want to make sure my family here. So our subject matter again is, in reality, what is a Negro? It says a Negro is an animal that has 4 legs. Our chairman answered the question. Y'all just seen us go over it in the 102s, right? So let's go into why he said that. Oh my gosh, that's hideous. Oh my goodness. In reality, it was a Negro. And the chairman meant to do this for shock value. You know what I mean? He meant to do this for shock value. So make no mistake about it. And all of that is, really symbolism that's there. Not so much so he's saying that's the Negro right there, but he's giving you the expression of what the Negro, is seen as in the eyes of the one, or the beholder, so to speak, that looks at the Negro as the Negro. So it says the Negro is an animal that has 4 legs. But what beast made the Negro? This is what we're going to get into. So the chairman said, this is true, a true but sad story about how people were made and then detached away from the human family of nations. The above beast and litter, creator unknown, graphically depicts the mysterious origin and perpetual self-breeding state of the so-named American Negroes. This brief will reveal exactly how strangely mixed they have been made to appear before the eyes of all recognized nations of the earth. Negroes, also certified as blacks and colored people N.B.C. at birth by the state wherein they were born or naturalized, are all made exclusively in the United States of America. How has the Negro, while sustaining the physical appearance of Africans, yet has an uncanny adaptability to imitate any nation on earth, still themselves remain nationless? Most N.B.C. do not know why they remain historically detached from every upright nation of the human family. These beastly forms may appear grotesque, it says, to most scholars. It says in serious research of the secret origin, of Negroes, albeit the majority of the most inquisitive of researchers are also unfamiliar with the ratification of the Willie Lynch theory, or the lawful state coffins, which presently house the origin of these especial man-made people. Lawyers, historians, scientists, and clergy rarely uncover the clandestine truths lodged beneath the surface to 400 years of West African slave trading, which yielded nearly 100 million of nationals being sold, it says, from her northwestern and southwestern shores. No one seems to notice that there was not a single N.B.C. found, made, or kidnapped from the interiors of Africa. In other words, wasn't no Negroes in Africa, wasn't no black people in Africa, and wasn't no colored people in Africa. Them was made in the USA. Facts. It says blacks did not come to America. They were all made in the USA. The slave labels of Negro, blacks, and colored were given to the West African nationals as official marks that declared that they had been duly reduced from peoples into slaves, property, and beasts of burden. We want y'all to remember that, because y'all hearing it from the prophet and y'all hearing the commentary from the chairman. But it's going to make sense in a minute when we let you hear it straight from the horse's mouth. It says this criminal process of enslaving humanity is legally called denationalization. In other words, when somebody take the title of a tribe of people, if they were Congo or Mandinka or Malian, and they call them something other than that, that is called denationalization. And remember, Negro, black, and colored represent race, but not nationality. That's why we are saying that one was denationalized. Black is not a nationality, people. Negro is not a nationality. Colored is not a nationality. African American is not a nationality, because nationalities come from nations and nationals of the nations. People, i.e. people, right? And nations have flags, seals, emblems, and constitution that represent them. There is no flag, seal, constitution, or emblem that represent Negroes, black people, and colored people. And we finna kill that myth for those who think that they was part of the United States Constitution. This ain't no conspiracy theory. This ain't no myth. You know, this ain't no measure out here where we out here intellectually scamming the people. We finna show you straight from the horse's mouth what your status is, according to what I'm saying here, and what the Europeans said about the Constitution, and what they had to say about the Negro. And then you gonna understand, if this don't wake you up, you meant to be asleep forever and a day, just like they intended. So anyway, we're gonna go here again and say this criminal process of enslaving humanity is legally called denationalization. The atrocity of man denationalizing another man ranks high on the scale of federal and international crimes with treason, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. And we see that going on today, huh? You see what they can do to you if they don't want you to be a nation. You better pay attention to what's going on the world scale right now. Living evidence of this modern day evil began with the public notices which marketed the 1774 colonial black code laws. These laws, contrived in the lodges of New York and Scottish Rite orders, announced to the new Western world the African gods of the Nile were dead and the light of Egypt was being extinguished. In the 1779, these laws were translated into the main constitutional body of laws, which were to govern the world's newest autonomy. As the United States gained their sovereignty, the founding fathers, who were mostly European Masonic slaveholders, proclaimed their profane world of property as the first order of business. To show the serious intent of dehumanizing and making of the Negro, George Washington and other Masonic framers wrote to denationalize West Africans into the very first article, 3/5 clause of the Constitution of the United States. Everyone else was written. When we say 3/5, we saying mind, soul, and body without a nationality and divine creed. Because if you got mind, soul, body, nationality, and divine creed, then you are whole and intact. We call that 5/5. 3/5 is mind, soul, and body, and people can do with that mind, soul, and body whatever they please. And that's why we know, as we went through the Code Noir, they considered our people cattle, i.e. chattel, property. Hold fast. Because if y'all think that this is conspiracy theory that we talking here, or this is somebody making this stuff up, and that what we talking about don't affect what's going on today, you finna have a rude awakening. And you got to be a fool to deny what I'm getting ready to show you now. Everything the chairman's saying right here, you finna see it in real time, that this was placed in the doctrine, not only on the religious scale, but it was also placed in the doctrine when it comes to dealing with the political scale. You know, this ain't something made up, people. We finna show it to you in a minute. We just giving it to you here so you can have your proper perspectives when we go into this. So again, get these likes up, family. Let these people know in here they ain't getting this truth. You ain't never heard this before. So stop playing. Y'all ain't never heard this information right here before. Because ain't nobody else out there teaching it like this. It says everyone else was written in as property, especially women, Indians not taxed, and the low maintenance, high profitable bull market Negro. The only exclusion of this profane world was the only true citizen of the United States, e.g., white males age 21 with sound mind and body. That's what you had to be to become part and parcel of their little secret society. That automatically disqualified the so-called Negro, so-called black man, so-called colored man. It says after the institution of slavery was abolished in 1865, the European brothers of a victorious North Carolina conquered South manufactured N.B.C, whose names were now outlawed in the Article 1 of the 13th Amendment under their assumable jurisdiction as persons, commercial property, and owned by Congress in the ratification of the 1868 14th Amendment. So when they said that you was a citizen, this is when they put everybody under bondage, even their own people, to make them fiend citizens, you know, of bogus form of governance. Corporate governance is what we call it. It says further evidence of denationalization of West African nationals, the making of the N.B.C can be found upon their certificates of live birth. So this is where you place all the slave labels. Denationalization. That's the smoking gun. In all actuality, that's the evidence that we have been denationalized. That's why you don't throw it away. It says all state certified births bearing the slave names of the Negro, Black and colored and African American, or their vital statistic numerical alphabet codes, are documented straw man into a perpetual life of chattel. This way, as property, the N.B.C, I want y'all to remember this chattel, this property. I want y'all to remember this beast. I want y'all to remember this Negro that's being spoke of here now. It says legally, property cannot have rights, or it may become equal to or greater than its owner. It says since 1870, voting rights of the Negro have been granted and expired 5 times, including July 2006, disinclined and granted by the merciful Bush administration via M.A.C. The ungodly making of the N.B.C is not only a sin, but also a crime. They remain powerless when compared to the standard qualifications of all existing nations. Ain't that the truth? Can't nobody deny that right there. They might not like it, but they can't deny it. They can't deny it. Even some of your richest and your wealthy can't deny it. Negroes, blacks, and today's self-proclaimed African Americans do not have a one free national name, religion, national constitution, standards, principles, country, land named after themselves. If it is, show me one. For those who think that they are identified by them names, show me Negro land, show me black land, show me colored land. I bet you can't show it to me. National flag, seal, emblem, and no forefathers, genealogy, or prosperity to offer their begottens. These family and nation necessities are too numerous to remain absent of inquiries. Yet these questions must be answered by the have-nots, because the haves use these requirements to preserve their freedom. When the USA abolished the institution of slavery, it also eradicated all slave labels and opened the doors for a new nation to declare themselves. So why are you still holding on to the labels and names and titles that allude to slavery, pardon self? It says legally the word abolishment does not translate into freedom. So when somebody abolishes something, that don't mean, oh, he free. Just because they stopped it don't mean they stopped it. That's why we still up here trying to fight for equality. You see what I'm saying? If you're dealing with Rome, it says freedom and citizenship have been assumed by Negro, the Negro, for nearly 1.5 centuries. So you've been living in assumable jurisdiction, assuming that you was free, assuming that you had rights, assuming that you was a citizen of the USA. See what I'm saying? That's the shallow grave that our people have been born in, mental slavery. Assumable jurisdiction, subjugated under that. Down press, oppress, suppress, repress, all of that. It says slave governments do not have power to free. True freedom must be attained by the displaced, captured, or imprisoned. Those who continue to cling to the names and principles that delude to slavery are alienating themselves from the family of nations and subjecting themselves to all the abuses and mistreatments the citizens care to bestow upon them. When legal slavery ended, mental slavery began, which is the only form of slavery that Noble Drew Ali said that we suffer from now. You're physically free, but your mind is still on lockdown. It says, who are the Moorish Americans? Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. The Moorish Empire, with its community of kingdoms, nations, countries, tribes, and families, was in full effect during the entire African slave trade until 1908. From this Moorish Empire came all African nationals who were abducted, enslaved, and transported to the Americas and adjoining islands because of the USA's indigenous system of denationalization, indignant system. It says, those Moors buried in the shallow graves of constitutional laws after 140 years, are the only descendant of the United States slaves remaining without a proper status, known by name and number. In this information age, the time has come for all men to proclaim their free national name in order to be recognized by the nations of the earth. The Moorish were and are the processors, right, of keys to civilization and holders to peace on earth. More food for thought. Talking about that food for thought earlier, huh? Slave master Thomas Jefferson, another one of the European Freemasons who assisted in the burial of the African god man, said, "One day they, the Negroes, will rise from the dust." This is true, but not as N.B.C. under another color of law. When wisdom was obscured in ancient Kemet, the light of civilization went out the world over. Yet there is still much wisdom to be learned from the descendants of M.A.N, the first true and divine name of present-day Africa. This is why the so-called Negro has been forbidden to gain consciousness of truth and self. As bizarre as it may seem, the M.B.C. is Hiram Abiff of Africa, the proverbial rejected cornerstone displayed as the all-seeing eye, detached from the pyramid of nations, and the original straw man used to pay on the national debt of corporate United States of America. You being held for ransom by your lack of a nationality. Cold-blooded. These lessons are to generate thought activity and are based upon Drew Ali's warning to his Moors. If I could just start you to think it, you will save yourself. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said he gonna try to teach you how to save yourself. So we're gonna stop right here because we got a lot of ground to cover in this record that I'm getting ready to reveal and unveil to y'all. And I'm gonna show it to you here, but I'm gonna use another one because it'll read clearly, because I'm gonna let it do a reading out loud session here. And this is the record here, family. You can actually find this in the Library of Congress as well. It's called The Negro. What is his ethnological status? Is he the progeny of Ham? Is he the descendant of Adam and Eve? Has he a soul? Do he have a soul? Or is he a beast in God's nomenclature? What is his status as fixed by God in creation? What is his relation to the white race? By Ariel. Now this book is kind of graphic, family. So I'm telling you, if you got the youngins up front, your stomach ain't strong, you might want to back away, because this thing finna get real ugly off in here. I'm just letting you know. This was basically published 1 year before Prophet Noble Drew. Well, not 1 year before he was born, because he was born 1886, not 1866. And this actually was born a few years before Prophet Noble Drew Ali was born. It was written, it was published anyway. So this is what they was going off. This was actually 2 years after the so-called freeing of the slave. But a lot of people don't know, when they came up with the so-called black codes, one of the things that was enacted for the black codes is that they create a status, so that the people don't be truly free. They free in word, free in title, so to speak, but indeed, no, they ain't free, because we're going to create some laws to keep them from getting money like they should. That's the main thing. We want to keep them financially enslaved. These things was implemented. That's why the black codes was created, for that purpose. So while you running around here thinking you free, all they did was say, all right, you free unless you commit a crime. But you already committed a crime, because we consider you Negro, black, and colored. And it's a crime to be those things, because they are property. We do whatever we want to. We own you. That's why they call you a ward of the state when they put you in there. A lot of people don't know they're wards of the state while they out here. So you got to get your hand on this here, family. I'm telling you, we don't play. Watch when I go into this. So we're gonna let this thing do auto read, and you can find this out here yourself as well. And but that's the PDF right there that I have. Again, and this is a European explaining our status, and he gonna use the Bible to justify it, and he gonna go down there in the Constitution, and you gonna see, family, they don't even consider our people to be human. This is why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said what he said when he said a Negro is a four-legged animal, basically. Because I'm pretty sure that he came across this information right here. It ain't no doubt in my mind. When y'all hear this outlandish stuff, you're going to see scientific racism all up in here. You're going to see the Hermetic hypotheses. For y'all who don't know what Hermetic hypothesis is, this is all that stuff. Them people that be talking about Darwinism and evolution and all that. Darwin was one of the teachers of this. Francis Galton, his cousin, was related to John Blumenbeck and all. They was all, these dudes, some of them was blood related. Some of them was cousins. And then your girl later on, Margaret Sanger, she took upon the demonstration and created Planned Parenthood. And she told you she was out here to kill every Negro baby it is on the manifest. That was her. She said that. You know what I mean? And she actually had them where they was investing in it, where people were calling up. Yeah, I want to invest some money on the abortion of, make sure my, so my family preserve abortion of black babies. Can this be done? All you got to do is go watch the documentary, my Alpha 21. I might go into that. I may go into it. I may go into my Alpha 21. I may not, but I really want y'all to hear this, because it all makes sense once you hear everything that's said here. So we're going to let this demonstration do what it do, and run itself. Let me see if it started at the right spot first.
Ham?
Yeah.
Is he a descendant of Adam and Eve?
Okay.
The Negro. PG3. What is his ethnological status? Is he the progeny of Ham?
Hold up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, sir. The Book of Fire. Let me see here. I want to make sure I get this up here. I want to go by window. I think I'm trying to get by window here. So there we go. I want to make sure that this is sharing at a nice size too for y'all to be able to see. So what I'm going to do, I want to open it all the way up. There we go. That's it. That's what I'm trying to do. All right. So we're going to let this demonstration roll out. And let me make sure I got my audio up here first, though. We ain't got nothing going if we ain't got no audio playing. Okay, so I got to go full screen in order to share the audio, because it ain't going to say it if I don't. So let me go back to full screen, entire screen anyway. Hit the audio on it. Okay, let me go back here. So y'all listen to this, family.
Ham? Is he a descendant of Adam and Eve? What is his ethnology? PG3. Copyright secured according to law. The Negro. PG3. What is his ethnological status? Is he the progeny of Ham? Is he a descendant of Adam and Eve? Has he a soul? Or is he a beast in God's nomenclature? What is his status as fixed by God in creation? What is his relation to the white race? The intelligent will see at once that the question of slavery, either right or wrong, is not involved in this caption for examination, nor is that question discussed. The points are purely ethnological and biblical, and are to be settled alone by the Bible and by concurrent history, and by facts existing outside of the Bible and of admitted truth. We simply say in regard to ourselves, in this day of partisan strife, religious and political, that we take no part in any such party strife, and that it is many years since we cast our last vote. This much to prevent evil surmises. With this understood independence of all parties, we begin by saying that the errors and mistakes in understanding the true position of the Negro, as God intended it to be in his order of creation, are all traceable to and arise out of two assumptions. The landmen of the past and present age, the clergy and others have assumed as true. True. 1. That the Negro is a descendant of Ham, the youngest son of Noah. This is false and untrue. Untrue. 2. That the Negro is a descendant of, or the progeny of, Adam and Eve. This is also false and untrue. Untrue. These questions, or rather these assumptions, of the land and unland world, are biblical, and are to be settled by the Bible alone, whether they be true or false, and by outside concurrent history, and of facts known to exist, and admitted to be true by the intelligent, and as they may serve to elucidate any statement or account given in the Bible. We shall have frequent use of the term logic of facts, and now explain what we mean by it. It is this: if one sees another with a gun in his hands, and that he shoots a man and kills him, and the bullet is found afterward in the dead man's body, that although we did not see the PG-4 bullet put into the gun, yet we know by this logic of facts that it was in the gun. It is the strongest evidence of what is true of any testimony that can be offered. It will be admitted by all and contradicted by none that we now have existing on earth two races of men, the white and the black. We beg here to remind our readers that when they see the word men or man italicized, we do not use it as applying to Adam and his race. But we may sometimes use these words in the general and accepted sense of them, but it is only for the purpose of getting before the minds of our readers the propositions of the land of this age exactly as they would wish them to be stated. We will now describe ethnologically the prominent characteristics and differences of these two races as we now find them. The white race have long, straight hair, high foreheads, high noses, thin lips, and white skins. The olive and sunburnt color, where the other characteristics are found, belong equally to the white race. The Negro or black race are woolly or kinky-headed, low foreheads, flat noses, thick-lipped, and have a black skin. This description of the two races is, though not all their differences, full enough for the fair discussion of their respective stations in God's order of creation, and will be admitted to be just and true, as far as it goes, by all candid and learned men. Therefore the reader will observe that when either of the terms, white, black or Negro, is used, referring to race, that we refer to the one or the other, as the case may be, as is here set forth in describing the two races. In God's nomenclature of the creation, his order stands thus: 1. Birds, 2. Fowls, 3. Creeping things, 4. Cattle, 5. Beasts, 6. Adam and Eve. We shall use this, but without any intended disparagement to any, as it is the best and highest authority. Before proceeding with the examination of the subjects involved in the caption to this paper, we will for a moment notice the prevailing errors now existing in all their strength and held by the clergy and many landmen to be true, which are 1. Ham's name, which they allege in Hebrew means black. 2. The curse denounced against him, that a servant of servants should he be unto his brethren, and that this curse was denounced against Ham for the accidental seeing of his father Noah naked, that this curse was to do so. So, and did change him, so that instead of being long, straight-haired, high forehead, high nose, thin lips and white, PG5, as he then was, and like his brothers Shem and Japheth, he was from that day forth to be kinky-headed, low forehead, thick-lipped and black-skinned, and that his name and this curse effected all this. And truly, to answer their assumptions, it must have done so, or the case would not fit the Negro, as we now find him. And they adduce in proof that Ham's name in Hebrew, Tisiham, means black, the present color of the Negro, and that therefore Ham is the progenitor of the black race. They seem to forget, or rather, they ignore the fact that the Bible nowhere says that such a curse, or that any curse whatever, was denounced against Ham by his father Noah, but that this curse, with whatever it carried with it, was hurled at Canaan, the youngest son of Ham. But it is of little consequence in the settlement of these great questions, to which was intended, whether Ham or his youngest son Canaan. Canaan. But if it be of any value in supporting their theory, this meaning of Ham's name in Hebrew, in designating his color to be black, and black it must be, to answer the color of the Negro, then the names of Shem and Japheth should be of equal value, in determining their color, for each of the brothers received their respective names 100 years or more before the flood, and were all the children of the same father and same mother. Now, if Shem and Japheth's names do not describe their color, which they do not, upon what principles of logical philology or grammar can Ham's name determine his color? How many of this day are there who are called black, white, brown, and olive, all of whom are white, and without the slightest suspicion that the name indicated the color of their respective owners? Is it not strange that intelligent and landmen should be compelled to rely on such puerilities as arguments and truly supporting such tremendous conclusions? But they say it was his name in conjunction with the curse that made him and his descendants the Negro we now find on earth. It is an axiom in logic that that which is not in the constituent cannot be in the constituted. We have seen that the making of Ham a Negro is not in the name, which is one of the constituents. Now let us see if it is in the other constituent, the curse. Now the curse and name changed Ham, if their theory be true, from a white man to a black Negro. If the curse were capable of affecting such results, it is to be found in the word curse, and not in the words that a servant of servants should he be, as he and his descendants could as readily be servants, pg 6, white as black, and he was already white, and no necessity to make him black to be a servant. If this effect on Ham is to be found in the word curse, it will then be necessary for the advocates of the assumption to show that such were its usual results whenever that word was used, for unless such were its common effects when used by God himself, by men of God, by patriarchs and by prophets, then we ask, on what grounds, if any there be, it is that they assert that it did produce this effect in this instance by Noah on Ham and his descendants. We do not question or doubt that Canaan was denounced in the curse pronounced by Noah, that he should be a servant of servants, but whether Ham or Canaan alone is meant is not material to the questions at issue, except in this view, but the advocates of such being its effect must show that such at least was its effect previous to and after Noah used it, and if they fail in this, that necessarily this part of their argument is also a total failure. Let us look into the Bible. God cursed our first parents. Did this curse kink their hair, flatten their skulls, blacken their skin, and flatten their nose? If it did, then Noah was sadly mistaken, and these gentlemen too, in supposing that it was Noah's curse that accomplished all this, for it was already done for the whole race, and long before, by God himself. God cursed the serpent. Did the curse produce this effect on him? He cursed Cain. Did it affect his skin, his hair, his forehead, his nose, or his lips? These curses were all pronounced by God himself and produced no such effects. But we proceed and take up the holy men of God, the patriarchs. Patriarchs and prophets, and see what their curses produced. Did the curse of Jacob produce this effect on Simeon and Levi? Did it produce this effect on the man who would make a graven image? Did it produce this effect on the man who would rebuild Jericho? Did it produce this effect on those who mock the blind to wander out of the way? Did it produce this effect on those who perverted the judgment of the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow? Come multis alias. It did not. But if it did produce this effect in these cases, then when we read that Christ died to redeem us from the curse, are we to understand that he died to redeem us from a kinky head, flat nose, thick lips, and a black skin? But such curses, never having produced such effects, when pronounced by God, by patriarch, by prophet, or by any holy man of God before or since, then we inquire to know, on what principles of interpretation, grammar, or logic, pg 7. It is that it can so mean in this case of Noah. There are no words in the curse that express, or even imply such effects. Then in the absence of all such effects, following such curses, and as they are narrated in the Bible, whether pronounced by God or man, and there being nothing in the language beside to sustain it, and if true, Ham's posterity must be shown now, as its truthful witnesses, from this, our day, back to the flood or to Ham, and which cannot be done, and if this cannot be done, then all arguments and assertions, based on such assumptions, that Ham was the father of the Negro or black race, are false, and if false, then the Negro Negro is in no sense the descendant of Ham, and therefore he must have been in the ark, and as he was not one of Noah's family, that he must have entered it in some capacity or relation to the other beasts or cattle. Cattle. For that he did enter the ark is plain from the fact that he is now here, and not of the family or progeny of Ham. And no one has ever suspicioned either Shem or Japheth of being the father of the Negro, therefore he must have come out of the ark, and he could not come out unless he had previously entered it, and if he entered it, that he must have existed before the flood, and that, too, just such Negro as we have now, and consequently not as a descendant of Adam and Eve, and if not the progeny of Adam and Eve, that he is inevitably a beast, and as such, entered the ark, though having the form of man, and man he is, being so named by Adam. Such is the logic, and such are the conclusions to which their premises lead, if legitimately carried out, and by which it is plainly seen that the position assumed by the land of the present and past ages, that the present Negroes are the descendants of Ham, and were made so by his name, or by the curse of his father, is false in fact, and but an unwarranted assumption at best. But while this conclusion is inevitable, it also reveals to us another sad fact, that the good men of our own race, the white, though learned and philanthropic, exhibit a weakness, alas, too common in this our day, that anything they wish to believe or think will be popular, that it is very easy to convert the greatest improbabilities into the best grounds of their faith. Faith. The word used by God, used by patriarch and by prophet, is the same word used by Noah. If the word thus used by God and by holy men did not produce the effect as is charged by these men, how can the same word, when used by Noah, do it? And yet, beyond these assumptions, the faith of more than half the PG-8 world seems to be now based. To expose these cobweb fabrics, called by some reason on this subject, and Christian philanthropy by others, in which are involved such tremendous conclusions, for will or for work, of so large a portion of the biped creation, that we feel like apologizing to our readers for answering such land ignorance. ignorance, blindness, or weakness. But the meaning of Ham's name in Hebrew is not primarily black. Its primary meaning is 1. Sunburnt, 2. Swarthy, 3. Dark, 4. Black, and its most unusual meaning. Having now disposed of these fancies, for they are nothing better, of the effects of Ham's name and Noah's curse in making him a Negro, and having examined them, for the purpose of allowing on what flimsy grounds this mightiest of structures of air-built theories rests, and for this purpose only, as what we have said about them is not connected with nor germane to the way we intend to pursue, in investigating the questions forming the caption to this paper. But having now disposed of them, we take up our own subject. The reader will bear in mind the description we have given respectively of the white and black races. The first question to which we now invite attention is, do the characteristics which we have given of the white race belong equally to all three of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their descendants? If they do, then the black race belong to, and have since the flood at least, belonged to another and totally different race of men. Now to our question, do the characteristics which we have given of the white race belong equally to the three sons of Noah and their descendants alike? We will begin with Noah himself first. The Bible says of Noah that he was perfect in his generation. We will not stop to criticize the Hebrew translated generation, for any English scholar on reading the verse in which it occurs will see at once that to make sense, it should have been genealogy. Then Noah was perfect in his genealogy, he was a preacher of righteousness, he was the husband of one wife, who was also perfect in her genealogy. By this one wife he had 3 sons, all born about 100 years before the flood, and all 3 of them married before the flood to women who were perfect also in their genealogies. Ordinarily speaking, this little statement of facts, undenied by all and undeniable, would settle at least this question, that whatever the color of one might be, the others will be the same color, if one were. Were PG9 black, all would be black, if one were white, all would be white. Out of this arises the question, what was the color of these 3 brothers, were they and their descendants black or white? We will begin with Shem so as to find his race now on earth to see if they are white or black. The Bible tells us where he went and where his descendants settled and what countries they occupied until the days of our Savior, who was of Shem's lineage after the flesh. From the days of the Savior down to the present day, we see the Jews, the descendants of Shem, in every country, and see they belong to the white race, which none will pretend to deny, that they were so before and after the flood, and have continued to be so to the present time, is unquestionably true. We know then, on biblical authority, with mathematical certainty, that they are not Negroes, either before, at, nor since the flood, but white. We next take up Japheth. We know where he went, then what countries his descendants peopled, with equal certainty and on equal authority, and all outside concurrent history, equally clearly prove that Japheth's descendants peopled Europe, whence they have spread over all the world. That they too belong to the white race is also unquestioned, nor doubted by any that have eyes to see. That they were so before, and at the flood, and not Negroes then, nor since, is equally undoubted and indisputable. We have not taken the trouble of showing step by step where those 2 brothers went, and what countries they peopled Syriatim. Because they are admitted by all learned and unlearned to be and to have done just what is here stated in spreading over the world. It was, therefore, necessary to encumber this paper by proving that which none disputes. This being so, then 2 of the 3 brothers are known certainly to be of the white race and not of the Negro, either before or after the flood. We now take up the youngest brother, Ham. The evidence establishing the fact that he too and his descendants belong to the white race, with with long, straight hair, high forehead, high noses, and thin lips, is, if possible, still stronger than that of either of his brothers, if indeed anything can, in human conception, be stronger than that which is of perfect strength, and if this is true, then Ham cannot be the father of the Negro. As in the cases of the other two brothers, the Bible tells us where Ham and his descendants went, and what countries they peopled, and where his race, PG-10, may be found at this day, and which likewise all contemporaneous history abundantly testifies, and shows that they are of the white race, and were so before the flood, and from the flood continued so, and yet continue so to the present time, and that not one of them is of the Negro race of this day. We will, in establishing the truths of the above declarations, take up two of Ham's sons and trace them and their descendants from the flood to the present time, and show what they were and what they are down to this day. These two sons of Ham, whose posterity we propose to trace and show that they now belong to the white race, are M.A.N and Canaan, the second and the youngest of his sons. The families of all of the sons can be traced from the flood to the present day, but we presume two are sufficient, and that they be white, and we have selected Canaan intentionally and for a purpose that will be seen hereafter. Canaan was denounced by Noah that he should be a servant of servants to his brethren, and if it turns out in this investigation, as we know it will, that they belong to the white race, it will satisfactorily settle this question, that the curse of Noah did not make him and his descendants the black Negro we now find on earth, much less Ham, who was not so cast. The Bible plainly tells us that the country now called Egypt was settled by M.A.N, the second son of Ham, and was peopled by his descendants, that M.A.N, the second son of Ham, and grandson of Noah, gave his name to the country, that they called it the land of M.A.N, and by which name it is still known to the present day, by the descendants of its ancient inhabitants, that they built many magnificent cities on the Nile, among them the city of Thebes, one of the largest and most magnificent in its architecture, and the grandeur of its monuments and temples the world ever saw. Its ruins at the present day are of surpassing magnificence and grandeur. The city was named Thebes to commemorate the ark that saved Noah, the grandfather of M.A.N, from the flood, the name of the ark in Hebrew being Theba. Then we take it for granted, all will admit that what is now called Egypt was settled by M.A.N, the son of Ham and grandson of Noah. The Bible and outside concurrent history abundantly prove that he and his descendants held, occupied, and ruled over Egypt and continued in the possession and the occupancy of the country as such until long after the exodus of the Hebrews under Moses and Aaron, that Ham's descendants, through Canaan, in the persons of his sons Sidon and Het, settled PG-11, Sidon, Tyre, and Carthage. This will not be denied by any intelligent biblical student or historian. Sidon itself was named after Canaan's oldest son. From Egypt in Africa, Mizraim's descendants passed over to Asia and settled India, whence they spread over that continent. That great commerce sprung up between India, etc., and Egypt and connecting countries, which was carried on by caravans, that Greece and Rome subsequently shared largely in this commerce, especially after the march of Alexander the Great to India by the caravan route, 332 years before our Savior's birth. This commerce has continued to our day. All these facts Facts are undeniable and will be denied by none acquainted with the Bible and past history. These descendants of this maligned Ham were at and after the flood and continue to be to this day of the white race, all having long, straight hair, high foreheads, high noses and thin lips, that they are so, and as much so as the descendants of the other two brothers, and possessing all of the same general lineaments that so long as the race shall exist, will be an eternal protest against their being of the Negro race that we now have. But as we intend to show conclusively that Ham and his descendants were and are white, long, straight hair, etc., etc., from Noah to the present time, so plainly and so positively that no fair or candid man can have the least doubt of its truth, we proceed to state that we will now give the names of the country now called Egypt, beginning with its first settlement by Mizraim, in regular order down, to enable the biblical and historical student to refer readily to the histories of the different epochs to detect any error, if we should make one, in tracing Ham's descendants down to the present day. In Hebrew it is called Mizraim, in Coptic and Arabic, the former being now the name of its ancient or first inhabitants, it is called Mis or Mesa, being spelled in both these ways by the Arabian and Coptic writers. In Syro-Chaldaic and Hellenic Greek it is called Egaptos, and in Latin Egyptus. In many of the ancient Egyptian and Coptic writings it is called Chimi. That is, the land of Ham, and is so called in the Bible, see Psalms CV 23, CVI 22, and other places. The ancient inhabitants now in Egypt, the Copts, are called the posterity of Pharaoh by the tax of the present day. The ancient Hyksos, or shepherd kings, patriarchs of the Hebrews, are sometimes confounded in ancient history with the descendants of Ham, being of the same original stock, pg 12. Egypt has not had a ruler of its own since the Battle of Actium, fought by Augustus Caesar 30 years before our Savior, as God by his prophet had foretold that their own kings would cease forever to reign over that country. After the Battle of Actium, it became a Roman province, and since that time, it has been under foreign rule. It now is and has been governed by the Turks since 1517.
Yeah, I'm the one that's pausing it when it's reading. My bad, cause I was actually giving. I forgot I was muted out over here, family. I'm the one that's doing the pausing and opening it up, but it actually is on the state where it stopped real quick. And I was trying to like give my little breakdown and build on what it was saying in between, and didn't know I was still muted. So basically, the information in here, given the history of what it's saying, as y'all probably already heard, is trying to tell you that the descendants of Ham was white folks, and Noah was white. Everybody in the Bible was white, basically, and that our people was beasts. That's basically what it's trying to establish. Terrible information, but it gets even better. So I'm gonna keep now I can keep this unmuted. I had forgot I was muted out over here, and I'm over here talking and everything. Goodness gracious. So we'll keep it open. I'm gonna go back over here and see, because it done kind of got to where it ain't reading out loud. Let me see if it do it again. I may have to do this real quick. I'm gonna do this. I'm just trying to refresh it real quick. I may have to do it another way. I already know what's gonna happen. Let's see. Oh man, here we go with the foolishness. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna try to open this again in the other whatchamacallit. I can do it in that I still can do the same thing there too in this particular document, but it seemed like it read better in the one that I just had. So I'm gonna hit this history and open it back up again and see if it'll pick up. Okay, yeah, we got some action over here. So y'all pretty much picked up on what we're saying, and I apologize again to the pauses in there. I was only trying to build, but I'm pretty sure y'all got the drawing so far. So far as telling you that if there was to be, any race, it had to be black or white. And being that they saying that the black race wasn't there, and they saying Ham was there, then all Noah's sons had to be considered all white. And it's saying that our people, had to be among the beasts. If we was anywhere on the ship of Noah, if our kind was there, and that's really alluding to scientific racism, and all that Hermetic hypothesis doctrine. So that's exactly what's going on with that demonstration, family. And this is terrible, but everybody need this. Everybody need to get this book. You know what I mean? I'm definitely gonna order it when I get a chance, because I think they got some printed versions of this. If not, you can always download it, from with your own printer. But this information here needs to be taught. This is similar to like the King Alfred plan and the Willie Lynch doctrine. This actually tell you what these people have thought. But this is just dealing with the biblical. They're using the Bible to justify this, but you're going to see that this is what has influenced what has been going on with us now in this present era and time. You're going to see that even when you get into the divine constitution, they're going to let you know that we wasn't a part of it. They're going to let you know exactly who the Negro is. So it's gonna get ugly in a minute, fam. Let me do this here real quick and see if I think we good now. Let me hit the what am I read out loud that on here? It just opened this thing back up. Okay, yeah, I think this might be it right here.
The Negro.
No, we ain't starting back from the beginning now.
What is his ethnological status?
That's what we draw the line at. We going right back where we were. Just give me a second here. Okay, we were right here. This is what we want to start at. Right here.
It appears, see Asiatic missile P-148-42, that Mizraim, the son of Ham, and his sons, the descendants, after settling Egypt, a portion went to Asia, which was settled by them, and that they gave their names to the different parts of the country where they settled, and which they retain yet. The names of these sons of Mizraim as given in history are as follows: Hind, Sind, Zen, Nuba, Canaan, Cush, Copt, Baba, and Hibesh or Abash. From these children of Ham, we not only read.
For those who don't know too, when they say the sons of Mizraim given his father Hind and Sin, that's actually the name of the Hindus, you know, as they call them Indus and Sin, the Indus Valley civilization. These are actually Cushites. You know, this is showing you that those who are called of Hindus, you know, or the Indus Valley civilization, this is your Indus Cushite Valley civilization that came up out of there. You know, and notice they say Nuba, Canaan, Cush, you know, Berber. See all that right there? Yeah. But they trying to say that these are all white people. You see, come on with this foolishness. Okay.
Low on the Nile in Africa, they then passed into Asia, and these two continents were principally settled by them. Oti only readily traced the present names of the countries, but that of the people also to this day, that they founded the nations of the Indus, Hindus, Nubians, Coptos, Zanzibar, Barbary, Abyssinia. The present Turks is unquestioned and undoubted by any intelligent scholar. That they are the white race with long, straight hair, etc., is equally unquestionable, and are so this day, and as positively as that Shem and Japheth's descendants are now white. They first commenced to settle on the Nile in Africa, they then passed into Asia, and these two continents were principally settled by them. A portion of Europe, Turkey, is occupied by them. These two have long, straight hair, etc.
So y'all hear this? They just tried to take the whole nation. This is another measure of stolen legacy right here. Right here, family. Live and direct in high definition. These people letting you know what it means to be a culture vulture. And if you look at this here now, the way they done put this together and the conclusion that they coming to, they're making it sound good that you wasn't nowhere in existence. They're making it sound good that you didn't have no influence over civilization. They the pyramid builders. They done built the whole civilization. And a Negro, so-called black man, wasn't nowhere on the manifest. This is terrible. This is terrible. And y'all don't know that most of the historical documents right now are influenced by the same nonsense that we listening to right now. Low key. They still haven't changed the stance on this. They're telling you all these people now. Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you in the capital empire and dominion of Africa that it was the Moors who were the ancient forefathers. So you see what he was coming fighting against? Because prior to that, this stuff was running rampant. This Hermetic hypothesis and scientific racism. Watch this. Let me make sure it starts.
Etc. A portion of Ham's descendants, through Canaan's sons, Sidon and Het, settled Sidon, Tyre, and later Carthage. Tyre became a great power and a city of much wealth and commerce, as we learn by the Bible and other history. Tyre was eventually overthrown, and her queen and people fled. They subsequently built the great city of Carthage near to where Tunis, in Africa, is now situated. They were again overthrown and their city destroyed by Scipio Africanus Secundus after the Battle of Zama. But during one of the sieges, the city being invested by the Romans, the people became hard-pressed for provisions, to supply which they resolved on building some ships to run the blockade for provisions. But after their ships were built, they had no ropes to rig them, nor anything within the city to make them. In this dilemma, the ladies, the women of Carthage, to their eternal honor be it spoken, patriotically stepped forward and tendered their hair, their long and beautiful tresses, to make. PG-13. The much-needed ropes, which was accepted, and a supply of provisions obtained. Now how many, and what sort of ropes would the kinky-headed Negro have furnished had the inhabitants been Negroes? This noble act of the women of Carthage is mentioned to their honor by Babylonian, Persian, Egyptian, Grecian, Roman, and Carthaginian writers and historians, and yet
they're saying the Negro didn't have no ingenuity to make nothing. This is crazy.
Yet we have seen it stated by learned modern writers, and who, ought to have known better that Hannibal, Hamilcar, Asdrubal, etc., the great Carthaginian generals, were kinky-headed Negroes, that Carthage itself was a Negro city. Why the annals of fame do not present such an array of great names, whether in arts and sciences, and all that serves to elevate and make man noble on earth, or in the Senate, or the field, by any other race of people, as will compare with those of Ham's descendants. These Carthaginians were all long and straight-haired people. After the fall of Carthage in the last Punic War, many of its people passed over subsequently into Spain, which they held and occupied for centuries, and are known in history as Saracens. A part of Spain they held and occupied until the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella, when they were expelled.
So now y'all get why these people keep lying, telling y'all that the Moors look like Europeans now. Now you see it. So when you hear the ignoramus among our people saying this, you see somebody that's actually promoting the Hamitic hypotheses. Most of the people that's going against what we demonstrate, they talking about scientific literacy and all this here. They are promoting this doctrine, people. This is the enemy doctrine of our history, cancel culture. And we have those that are on that side, on the wrong side of history, out here going against us. We see the brother basically tried to go against our brother G.M. James. He trying to debunk his book, Stolen Legacy. Then you got the ones over here trying to debunk who the Moors is and make the Moors be white people that enslave our people. You understand? I ain't talking about white in the sense of just being what, but being the true white Moors. That's what they trying to say. Because we already know it was some pale-skinned Moors, which were Arabs, and then you got the dark skin or the Haritans. But they trying to make you believe that all the Moors was on the manifest, and then they was enslaving the Africans, you know, and they was always the pale-skinned Arab. It just meant the Arabs, you know. So this is confusion. This is cancel culture that they demonstrate out here, our own people, family. So next time you hear one that is demonstrating that philosophy, now you understand where the philosophy coming from. Commission showing you who it is. You heard them talking about bipeds. You already know that's dealing with, you know, the concepts of those, you know, who move also in the ape-like fashion. You know, bipeds and quadrupeds, standing up on all fours. They told you in the beginning that the Negro wasn't nowhere in there unless he was among the beasts. You see what I'm saying? This is crazy. And look at how well they got it put together. Look at how well they packaged it. They selling it, ain't it? But look what they had to do before they got into this. They first had to establish the fact that the white people was there before the flood and they was there after the flood. Negro wasn't nowhere. He was there, but he was the beast. That's their way of rationalizing. But what they actually did is reverse the roles in the history and placed us in the position where they actually were, and then put our people in the position, you know, where they are. You see what I'm saying? This is terrible, and they got away with it. And this, you can believe, has influenced a lot of the modern scholars right now today that's running around over there talking about the Egyptians wasn't black. That's Hermetic hypotheses. Even the people that Napoleon took over there, you know, to Egypt, he was demonstrating the same thing. He took the scientists that was pushing that type of concept over there, trying to whitewash the images, you know, that was over there in the pyramids and different places or whatever. This is big facts. Look at that. This is why Noble Drew Ali told the Moors now, when you get the pen in your hand, you write it. You write your own history. So this is why Prophet Noble Drew Ali went against these terms, because he knew what they were calling. We can't be no Negro, black, and color. We made in the image of the great God Allah, despite what they were saying. So you got to give Noble Drew Ali his props for going against this information. He was the first to challenge it among our people. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the first to challenge these titles in the history that Rome had been taught among our people. Don't that count for something?
expelled. These too had long and straight hair, etc. But to return to that portion of Ham's descendants through Mizraim. These settled Egypt, India, China, and most all of Oriental Asia, where they have continued to live and where they yet live, and not one of them is a Negro. They all have long, straight hair, etc.
But the DNA test say something otherwise. Do you know that it is actually against the law for them to take a test like that in the place that's just been, dropped on, so to speak, over there in the East? Y'all know what I'm talking about. We just trying to keep our algorithm popping. It's against the law for them to take a DNA test because it's going to expose who the real deal is. That's why.
Etc. Peculiar only to the white race. Not one Negro belongs to their race. That this is their history, none will deny.
But when I go into my DNA test, it tell me that I got Southeast Asian all up in me. You understand? This is what you call scientific racism and pseudoscientific information. It's terrible.
Deny. Ham, the maligned and slandered Ham, who is falsely charged as being the father of the Negro, Ham, the son of the white man Noah, this Ham, and his descendants, the long and straight-haired race, it appears from history, from unquestioned history, governed and ruled the world from the earliest ages after the flood and for many centuries, and gave to it all the arts and sciences, manufactures and commerce, geometry, astronomy, geography, architecture.
Notice they keep calling this unquestioned history or unquestionably. You see what I'm saying? In other words, it ain't never been questioned till Prophet Noble Drew Ali came on to manifest among our people.
Architecture, letters, painting, music, etc., etc., and that they thus governed the world, as it were, from the flood until they came in contact with the Roman people, and then their power was broken in a contest for the mastery of the world at Carthage 147 years before AD, and Carthage fell, but fell not for lack of talents in her people, not for lack of orators, statesmen and generals of the most consummate PG-14 mate abilities, but because God had long before determined that the Japhetic race should govern the world, and the Roman people were Japheth's children. When Hannibal, the most consummate general the world ever saw to his day, fought the Battle of Zama, he met a fate similar to that which befell another equally consummate commander at a later day. On the field of Waterloo, both became exiles. That Ham's talents, abilities, genius, power, grandeur, glory should now be attempted to be stolen. And to be stolen not by the Negro, for he has neither genius or capacity for such a theft, but stolen by the landmen of this and the past ages, and thrust upon the Negro, who has not capacity to understand when, where, or how he had ever performed such feats of legislation, statesmanship, government, arts of war, and in science.
Cold-blooded. They're saying that we didn't have the sense to be able to demonstrate no legislation, statesmanship, government, and arts of war and science. You hear this?
Science. The Negro has been upon the earth coeval with the white race. We defy any historian, any landman, to put his finger on the history, the page, or even paragraph of history showing he has ever done one of these things thus done by the children of Ham, or that he has shown, in this long range of time, a capacity for self-government, such as Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Oh, man. Show me somebody. Show me one Negro. This is what he's saying. Show me one Negro that done did a work where he can prove that he was able to build a government, like had a capacity of self-government like him. This how these people think about us, man. And they still think like this about our people. This is the same attitude that they have toward our people right now. Watch this.
Japheth. If he has done anything on earth in any age of the world since he has been here, as has been done by the three sons of Noah in arts and sciences, government, etc., it surely can be shown, and shown equally as clear and unequivocally, when and where he did it, as that of Shem, Ham, and Japheth can. but such a showing can
They're
never
saying basically, being that you ain't never showed no proof, because they so-called people that was who we thought we supposed to be according to the book. We know better. I'm just being sarcastic. But they saying, since you can't show that now, you can't prove that you're able to govern yourself now, how then can you be truly a descendant of the ancient Hamites or any other races that come in the past that was able to do these things? And that's why they made that analogy of shooting a gun. Basically that, by virtue of one being shot, we already know the bullet was loaded in it. You didn't have to see them loaded up to know. That's the, this is crazy. That's the logic they was using.
never be made, that page of history has never yet been written that records it. On these subjects, his history is as blank as that of the horse or the beaver.
Ain't no history out there show that you got no civilization. That's what he said about the Negro. Negro ain't got no civilization. If he can, prove it. Show it to me.
But we are not yet done with Ham's descendants. The great Takotata generals, Timur, Genghis Khan, and Tamerlane, the latter called in history the scourge of God, the Saracenic general, the gallant, the daring, the chivalrous, the noble Saladin, he who led the penning forces of Muhammad against the lion-hearted Richard in the War of the Crusades, all these were children of Ham. Muhammad himself, the founder of an empire and the head of a new religion, made his kingdom of Ham's descendants, as all Turks are, and this all.
Now they're telling you that these are all descendants of Ham, from Saladin to Muhammad himself, which they write in saying they descendants of Ham, but they basically switch the narrative saying that Ham is considered white. So they would readily admit that. You see what I'm saying? If they are the ones considered the so-called rulers of civilization. And this is why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said what he said. What title did Satan give himself ruler? Because he said white mean purity being God, God mean the ruler of the land. But he wasn't referring to no white man. He was referring to the status of being pure in heart. You see? And if you go into the book that is written called the not Prehistoric Nations, Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie, par himself. And I actually said that whatchamacallit too. But that particular book, it talks about white and black. And it deals with a status. And it says that basically it don't matter who ruling. If you on top, then you considered white. You can be dark as ever, but if you on top and you the ruler of civilization, you was considered white. If you was basically on the bottom of civilization, you can be European and you was considered black. You see, that's where they came up with this stuff from. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, because I actually got it in my I got it right here. That's very close to me. So let me go and pull it up real quick and show it to y'all. I got it in my screenshots. Okay, yeah, it's gonna show it to us right now. So good that it show my screenshots. I'm gonna show you the excerpt because I got the excerpts right here, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Let me open this up. There it go, right there. Open right to it. And this is Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie. It says now, let me blow this up. Before going further, it is necessary to look into this last statement pretty closely. And he get a history too on the Moors in here. He tell you that the Moors were the ancestors, of all of them people over that's in Europe, basically. But he says, for the origin of this nomenclature may be found to lie very deep. I find it stated elsewhere that the Tartarian tribes are very fond of expressing by certain colors the changes of political condition. So these colors represent a political condition as opposed to being a particular race. And this is over there in Britain now. It says these certain colors, it say represented the changes of political condition to which a nation may be subjected. Black or Kara has the meaning of dependency and servitude, while white and ak has that of sovereignty and freedom. So this is the true definition of the word black and white as the Europeans use it now to people. You understand? So if you was on the bottom, you black. If you was on the top, you white. It says, but these colors are employed only so long as they really describe the position of a tribe. For if a dependent horde becomes independent and sovereign, the former Kara or black will be changed into Ak or white. So it matters who's on top. The Tartars, to whom the mighty conqueror, it says Chinkias Khan belong with name. It says before his time as Kara Tatars. In other words, they was known as black Tatars, while the other tribe was called Ak Tatars, white Tatars. And this is also the reason why the emperor of Russia is called White Tsar. And the divisions of Russia into white and black express the same meaning. You know, but this custom is not confined to Asia. It says in the east of Europe. You know, so when we go into this, when we tell you white and black represent descriptions, but they represent a political status that one has been put in, this was a practice in Britain. Where did the European come from to come to the Americas? They brought that practice with them. So that's why they labeled you black man. You understand? Because again, what does black represent? The meaning of dependency and servitude, slavery. White represents that of sovereignty and freedom. So when Noble Drew Ali brought these in the questionnaire, he say white mean purity, purity mean God, God mean the ruler of the land. And we can go back to African doctrine, because if we go into the teachings of the Yoruba and they speak of Obatala, they said that he is the pure one, the white one. So this is African doctrine. You see what I'm saying? Prophet Noble Drew Ali was knowledgeable, family. So when you look at it on the spiritual level and the political level, you know, that's what these terms represent. You know, our people better wake up and stop playing, letting these people mislead you. You know, here it is right here out of the same book too, since we in it. And it was talking about the Iberians. You know, the Iberian Peninsula, that's dealing with the Moors. It says Iberians style swarthy and curly hair. Swarthy is a sneaky way of saying dark skin without saying it too. The word swarthy is rather elastic, for although the literal Swartz, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, it says, yet it is taken, I fancy, to mean something not quite so dark as color of a Negro. In its usual exception, perhaps this distinction does not exist, but at any rate, if the small dark Highlander or the black Celt to the west of Shannon be assumed to be the descendants of Iberians, it may fairly be argued that with so much intermixture with the fair races during the last 2,000 years, the stock must now be lighter skinned than then, and its representatives of the first century must have been actually black as Negroes. See, it's talking about the original Iberians. It says, as a matter of fact, Pliny characterizes their complexions as Ethiopian. That is black as an Ethiopian. It says, and it may, and that's another way of saying Cushites. That's what the Europeans end up coming up with. But it says, and it may be that the curliness of their hair was of the same nature of the Negroes also. Thus, the Negritos of Huxley, the owners of such skulls that is found in Caithness, may have been allied to the ancient Iberians. They're just trying to give a dark description of the original Iberians, in other words, the Moors, those who were in that area. It says that wild tribes in Ireland were black men is hinted at by the fact that a wild Irishman is a Gaelic or a black Irishman. So when they go to talking about, you know, you having European DNA, a lot of that may be even referring to that particular portion instead of being the European too. You know, as we know them today, in other words. And then it goes here. Look at here. It's talking about the name Moor. It says Lemprairie gives several nations bearing the names beginning with Moor and Moray and Moorishness in India, and the Moroni in that country, also Moroni people of Belgic Gaul. It says, on the shores of the British Ocean are examples of the Mari, which I told y'all is the real name from whence the word Moor comes. It's the European right here telling y'all this. Watch this. It says the Mari of Mauritania are perhaps the most notable examples of a nation bearing this name, although in slightly altered shape. The consideration of this word and of the localization of races thus named is not irrelevant at this point, for although it may not be easily to trace their route hither, it says in the date of their arrival, a branch of this family did inhabit Britain, and are not only known as Mari and Moors, but as Merovingians. So the original Merovingians, outside of that Illuminati garbage, was the Moors. We was their daddy. You see? Moorishness. We was the knights. That's why you see all them different coat of arms and them crests with the Moors' heads on them. Identical with the name of those in India, Mariman, and people of Moray, Morivia. The name Morivia was given to two districts in Scotland. It says in one, the most important in the north and central, and other in the southern portion of the country, that the Picts, known to the Romans as the Mari, were finally divided into two sections inhabiting those localities. It says fact which is well to remember at this junction. So they're telling you who the Moors were, the Murrays, and all that etymology. And they be talking about everywhere y'all think M and R is Moor. I ain't gonna say what I was finna say. I'm gonna be peaceful. I'm gonna just say thank people. It's called etymology. You understand? But no, this right here support what the Moors say. We got to reject that. That's the mentality our people have. And here's another one. This is going through the actual nation that the European up there trying to talk about. And it's giving all the different nations here. And it tell you exactly who was who. I actually had the other ones up here. I had them here. I went past them already. Let's see. Where is it? Where that thing at? I just passed by it again. Moving too fast. Okay. One more. Okay, that's one right there. That's the one with the Hebrew. Still ain't giving me the one page that I'm trying to get to, so it must have was in that area. Okay, let me see here. Okay, that was Goma, Tubal. Nope, not them one. They're not that. Not that. Let me keep going. This will come up here in a second. And two, that's another measure too. If you look at even the people they were talking about Roman, good and well that ain't no European right there. Look at them naps up there on that brother head. Okay. Hold up. Did I move it? Okay, not that one. This were all my little archives at over here, family. As far as my little clipped out pictures. I don't know why they ain't showing that one document that I had. It ain't going back far enough. No, it's starting at the wrong one. But basically, I got it in here. I can go to my page. I don't want to divert though. Basically, I'm showing that all of these same people is the same people. I did enough just by showing you that. We'll get back to it in a minute. I want to get back to this book right here. I want to get back over here. Let me see. I'm going to check on my family and see what we drawing on right here real quick before we go into this. Okay. Yep, that's right. Our brothers say the Tony Moors are the lighter skin. Yep, also known as the Albidan. And also they just say plain out Arabs. But yeah, these are well organized lies. And that's their main thing. That's what they say. A well-organized lie always, basically overcome or overthrow a disorganized truth. So that lets you know that they willing to lie, in order to get their point across. They don't admit that the Moors brought them out of the so-called Dark Ages. In that book there, David, Mike, Richie will. And we got Europeans, some of them that will tell the truth. But yeah, most of the time, in the mainstream, I'm going to show you real quick one European right here. Because this right at my disposal right here. This is a European right here on my TikTok. I don't know why this guy here popped up here. For those who want to, you can follow me on TikTok. I just started the TikTok. I'm trying to get there. Listen to what the Europeans say.
That the black people have made to the Americas, not only before Columbus was born, but before even Spain or Italy existed. That's the kind of roots that are in this country. And by knowing that, and the more you know about it, it's an empowerment. You're really you have got a heritage which is more than slavery. Sure, it was slavery, but that's not all. That's all part of it. Long before that, there's a heritage of kings, seafarers, religious missionaries, and they were all here. But it happened so long ago, there's just so little of it left. And that's basically my story. What connects it up is even the word Moor, because it's pronounced differently in different parts even of Africa. And they call themselves Moor, Mu, Mur. There's all variations of that. So even the name Mur. I'll leave you with one major impact.
You hear that European telling you? And that's an old video. A European right there telling you our history existed. We was here before everything. But you got some of our people still will lie and not accept that. You know what I mean? So it's out here. We got one European lady talking about how we brought them out the Dark Age. We taught them how to clean themselves up. You understand? But no, I just showed you in the book, one European saying it in the book. I just showed you the definition of white and black, and what it means. Our people ain't even educated on that. Even some of them at the highest levels of collegiate, degrees don't know that. Some of them know it, but some of them are well off. So they don't feel the suffering that our people feel. So they feel like for us to rock the boat, it's going to make them not be able to be comfortable in the way they living. So they rather not say nothing. Long as they can get their degree, and make a couple of $1 million here and they family all right, they good. That's what we've been going through. We got one group among our people that will push this same philosophy, this slave-making doctrine on our people rather than be truthful. You see what I'm saying? Because they ain't suffering. But we in a time now where Rome don't care what type of degree they got. We in a time now where Rome don't care what type of, credentials that they hold. They gonna feel the same thing we've been feeling too. You understand? So they can't hide behind that bogus degree of higher training no more. But it's out here, family. I told you, we gonna wait. Let me get back into this, because we got to get back into this. This thing over here is something else. This thing dealing with the Negro. This book talking about the Negro. Well, they done made the whole history of what we beasts, and we ain't got no mind to run civil. And they putting the challenge out there. Show me one civilization, the Negro. Well, we can say the Negro ain't built nothing. We understand that. But we know they literally trying to say our people ain't never built nothing. We ain't got no proof of building nothing. We ain't got no proof of being at the head of nothing. So therefore, we like the beasts of the field. The only thing we worthy of is slavery. So I'm going to start back right here. And I'm going to go a little further down because this is a long book. And I ain't going to let it read through this whole book. I want to get down to this divine constitution. Not divine, but I want to get down to this. I'm so used to saying divine constitution. Oh, ain't nothing divine about what I'm finna let you see about what they thought we represent in the Constitution of the United States. It's for all of those who think that they citizens. Oh yeah, it go into that too. To those who think we tripping when we say we were written in as property and cattle and slaves, you finna see it right here in this book. So I'm gonna let this read a little bit more.
All have straight, long hair, etc. Those who have read the various histories of the Crusades of the 11th and 12th centuries know that the Turkish forces then had long, straight hair, etc., and that it is so yet with their descendants none doubt, and these were children of Ham. It will be seen now how we have taken up one of Ham's PG-15 sons, that we have traced him and his descendants from the flood to Egypt, where they are still, that we have traced them across the continent of Africa into Asia, settling countries as they went, and to the countries still bearing their names, where they settled, and where they are yet, that we have
white people in Africa.
have taken up another son, and traced him and his descendants to Sidon, Tyre, Carthage, and Spain, and
Hey, this book right here, family, y'all remember this book. So if y'all ever have to get on somebody's head, y'all can let them know where they get that slave-making doctrine from. I'm talking about our people that be talking that nonsense like the European, was the real Egyptian and all that foolishness. Let them know where they got that doctrine from. This it right here, family.
and shown that they, too, without exception, were long, straight-haired, high foreheads, high noses, thin lips, and belonged to the white race. Not a kinky-headed Negro among them. We have shown that Ham's descendants,
not a kinky-head Negro among them. You hear, all up in Africa. Ain't no kinky-headed Negroes in Africa. Who told y'all that? This is crazy.
descendants have led and governed the world for 23 centuries after the flood to the Battle of Actium, that they gave it also the arts and sciences, manufactures and commerce, etc., etc. There is one discovery, one dye, as old as Tyre itself, and yet eminently noted, the Tyrian purple, consecrated exclusively to imperial use. Imperial purple is the synonym of a king in ancient and modern history, that we have found these children of the slandered Ham, and have traced them step by step, as it were, from country to country, from the days of the flood down to the present day, that wherever we found them.
That's the real meaning behind the color purple, y'all, imperial purple. But they trying to act like that's us. That's beasts, and that's them, that's the rulers of the land. What title does Satan give himself? Noble Drew Ali was the only person to come up here and get into that demonstration like that right there, family. You got to get a man honors what honors would do. Man was way before his time, because our people still don't get it right now. And he started teaching this over 100 years ago.
Them, and were never found in any day of any century from Noah down to this day. We have found them white, and of the white race only. And we now challenge the production of a single history, or a single paragraph of history, showing one nation, one single nation or kingdom, of kinky-headed, flat-nosed, thick-lipped and black-skinned Negroes, that made such discoveries in arts and sciences, built such cities.
Show me a nappy-headed Negro. That's basically what they saying. Show me a nappy-headed Negro, flat-nosed, thick-lipped and black-skinned Negro in a single history. A single paragraph. Oh, man, he said, just show me in a paragraph. Show me one. That done built the nation out here now. That has some science, a scientific literacy. Show me one. That's insane.
Had such rulers, kings, and legislators, such generals, such commerce, and such manufactures as Mizraim's people on the Nile, or as Ham's children in Tyre, in Carthage, in Spain, show that they had, we defy its production. But we are not yet done with our proofs about Ham and his descendants being white. It seems as if God, foreseeing the slander that would, in after ages, be put, or attempted to be put, on his son Ham, by ignorant or designing men attempting to show that he was the progenitor of the Negro race, directed Mizraim, the second son of Ham, by an interposition of...
It's slander to say that Ham was the father of the Negro race. Terrible.
Of his power and providence, or by direct inspiration, to put away his dead, by a process of embalming, the details of which, for the accomplishment of the object, can be regarded as little, if anything, short of being miraculous, and by which we can now look into the faces of the children of Mizraim, male and female, even at this day, in succeeding generations, and from PG-16, the flood, and which cannot be done with the children of Shem and Japheth, about whose identity with the white race no controversy has ever existed. It was this fact that caused us to say that the testimony establishing Ham's identity as belonging to the white race was stronger, if possible, than that of either of his brothers. God foreseeing, as we have said, this atrocious slander that will be put on Ham and his posterity.
Atrocious slander to call Ham black and his descendants black. In other words, of the darker people. Why they slandering Ham now, talking about that these were the so-called Negroes? It's a slander, atrocious slander. Man, you hear these people up here? The audacity. Now you see why your Ten Commandment movies look the way they do. Even the movie The God of Egypt, which flopped because it wasn't no melanated people in it. Why you think that they shy away from making the movie now? Because the people woke. And then they made the movie Black Panther and then took that from you. After it empowered your mind to make you feel like you want to rise up or whatever you was thinking. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You know, they getting ready to make a movie with Denzel. It's supposed to be the Carthaginian general or more. We're going to see how that go. It's one of us making that one, though.
Posterity so directed Mesraim and at once inspired his mind that from the first he appeared to be fully acquainted with all the necessary ingredients and how to use them and in what proportions and how many days were to be consumed to perfect the corpse that it would be incorruptible and thereby become and be forever a testimony of God for Ham that should speak to the eyes and senses of all men in after ages, and proclaiming as they do to this day and from the very time of the flood and through each successive generation from the flood, that their ancestor, Ham, and they, his descendants, who were like the children of the other brothers, they are equal in all the lineaments that stamp the race of Adam with the image and likeness of the Almighty and belonging to the white race.
Goodness gracious. The image of the Almighty, belonging to the likeness of the white race.
That these mummied witnesses of Ham, his dead children, speaking from the tombs of ages for their father, and proclaiming from the days of the flood as they do, by each succeeding generation of his buried ones, down to the present day, and protesting by their long, straight hair, by their high foreheads, by their high noses, and by their thin lips, now hushed in silence forever, that the slander, that their father was the progenitor of the Negro, who was a slander most foul, a slander most infamous.
Golly, slander most foul, slander most infamous. This is crazy. How somebody gonna culture vote you and hijack your culture and call it slander for you to be you when they taking your role as being who you are? That's crazy, family, and get away with it. Look at how beautiful they put it together. Look at how they package it up for you. How was he even able to publish this? Golly.
Infamous. Well might their indignant bodies be so aroused, well might Ham's children, who have been slumbering for centuries, be so electrified by these foul passions, as to burst their sarcophagi, and tear the cements of the grave, and this foul calumny, from their faces at one and the same time and forever. It looks as if God intended, by this overruling or inspiring of Mesraim, so to embalm his dead, to teach us a lesson, that there was an importance, in being of the white race, to be attached to it, of grander proportions, and of nobler value, than any earthly, filial, or paternal affections that could be symbolized by it.
You say God preserved them mummies because he wants you to know the white race is superior. Man, I thought I had read it all when I read these other books by our authors, but just to hear them saying this straight from the horse's mouth, this is crazy. I don't know about y'all. This one right here got me turned up. It done stirred up all the ethers over here. Man.
Millions of these mummied bodies have been exhumed this century, but not one Negro has been found among them. What does this teach? What value
Well, they're using that hammer of repetition too, in a negative way. They're going to beat falsehood into you.
Value do you place on this testimony prepared and ordained by God himself as his testimony to the PG-17 worth of the white race?
God done put a sign out here for the worth of the white race that he preserved them as mummies, y'all. God. Oh my God. Let me see what my family. I know y'all stirred up in them comments about this here. You know, I know y'all got something to say about this. Our brother say, Noble Brian, he always be on point. He say, in this book, it sounds like they are practicing hate and created and promoted a curriculum based in hate. That's exactly what they did, brother. That's what I'm saying. They packaged this thing right here to where, knowing it's a lie, the way they put it together, they making it look like it's the truth. This is crazy. That's what you call a well-organized lie for real.
Race. The writer of this has seen many of these mummies, but never a Negro. He has assisted in unrolling some, and all had straight, long hair. It was his fortune, as it happened, to assist in unrolling the body of one possessing peculiar interest. From the hieroglyphic inscription on the sarcophagus, it proved to be the body of a young lady, who died in her 17th year, that she was the daughter of the high priest of On. The temple of On was situated 6 miles northeast from the present Cairo, and that she was an attendant of the princesses of the court of King Thutmose III. This king is recognized and believed to be that Pharaoh under whom Moses and Aaron brought out the children of Israel from Egypt. This mummy we assisted in unrolling. The inner wrapping next to the skin was of what we now call fine linen cambric. When this was removed, the hair on the head looked as though it had but recently been done up. It was in hundreds of very small plates, 3-ply, and each from a yard to a yard and a quarter long, and although she had then been buried 3,338 years, her hair had the apparent freshness as if she had been dead only a few days or weeks. The face, ears, neck, and bosom were gilded, and so were her hands to above the wrists, and her feet to above the ankles. Such had been the perfect manner of her embalmment, that the flesh retained its roundness and fullness remarkably, with fine teeth, a beautiful mouth, and every mark by which we could, at this day, recognize her as a beautiful lady of the white race. Without disparagement to our fair countrywomen, we can say that a more beautiful hand, foot, and ankle we never beheld.
Yeah, this is crazy here, family.
Now, what have we proven by this recitement of Bible history, of that of contemporaneous and concurrent history outside of the Bible, of facts now existing in the mummied remains of Ham's descendants, commencing with Mizraim and coming down through centuries since the flood of the yet living nations, comprised unquestionably of his descendants, and who, like the descendants of Shem and Japheth, have the distinctive marks of the white race alone, and as clear as either Shem or Japheth, and that, too, as they exist now on earth, and running back as such from this our day to Noah, and as distinct from the Negro race as that race is now distinct from the children of Japheth. Of that miraculous intervention of divine power, in causing Mizraim so to embalm his children, that they should speak from the grave, in attestation of their being of the white, PG-18, and not of the Negro race. Why did God require that only? The children of Ham should be embalmed of all then on earth. No other nation as such then or. Since he embalmed.
And Cheek Anta Diop debunked all these lies right here when he went out there and tested the mummies too. Want to give honors to him, you know, for doing what he did.
Embalmed their dead. Why was it that the children of Ham alone did this? Except but for the reason that God, foreseeing the disputes to arise about the Negro, and that Ham would be slandered and held to be the progenitor of the Negro, that, therefore, in vindication of him as belonging to the white race, and as an immortal being, and not of the beasts that perish, God.
Oh my goodness. Say God did this right here, made this possible, because he knew disputes was going to rise about the Negro being the son of Ham. So he put them there as a sign in the mummy boxes and sarcophagus, you know, and so that he can show the immortality of the white race and be not of the beasts, the Negroes that perish. Now you see why they don't mind doing nothing to you, and they say a dog is their best friend. They treat their dog better than they treat your people, our people, right? Hold up, let me see here. I have to do it this here. It done froze up on me again. Come on, don't go to acting crazy. I might have to shut it down and close this tab. Yep. Let me do it like this here. We're gonna do it like this here. Yeah, let me exit it and I'll go back into it again. Man, this thing crazy though, man. And I'm viewing a lot of this with y'all. I scanned through it earlier, but I am viewing a lot of this right here with y'all, outside of what I scanned, because I'm going to go down to the bottom in a minute. I just want y'all to hear this last little portion here, and we're going to go a little further into it. This is crazy though, man. It don't get no more insane than this. Let me see. Is it ready now? Okay, what did I do last time? Okay, I got to go right here. There you go.
The Negro.
I knew they were going to throw me back up here. I got to go back down to that page. Okay, yeah, we ain't going to let y'all get away with that right there. This is crazy right here, though, family. The audacity. Okay, so this is where I was right here. So we'll just start it from there. This should be good. Let's see.
What is his ethnological status?
Why they keep on trying to take me? Oh, I got to probably mark it. That's why. Okay. Not that one. Okay, here we go. So I probably there we go. We'll mark it like this. Let's see.
Except but for the reason that God, foreseeing the disputes to arise about the Negro, and that Ham will be slandered and held to be the progenitor of the Negro, that, therefore, in vindication of him as belonging to the white race, and as an immortal being, and not of the beasts that perish, God caused these descendants of Ham to embalm their dead, and to continue doing so for many centuries. No other valid reason can be assigned why these people of Mizraim, alone of all the nations of the earth, did so. There may have been, and doubtless there were, many reasons with the people of a private and personal character, inciting them to do so, but this was God's reason, and He chose these personal considerations of the people as His means of accomplishing it. We have shown conclusively, 1, that Ham's descendants now on earth, in Egypt, in India, all over Asia, a portion of Africa and Europe respectively, have, this day, long, straight hair, high foreheads, high noses, and thin lips, that they have ever been so. This, all history in the Bible, and all history outside of the Bible, fully attest. 2, while, on the other hand, all history tells us, when it says anything about them, that the Negro race is kinky-headed, low forehead, flat nose, thick lip, and black skin, that he has always been so, and the Negro of this day attests that he is so yet, and that, consequently, he is in no way related to Ham, even by a curse. For he is black, and Ham is white. 3, that the descendants of Shem and Japheth are white, and have always been white, none dispute. 4, that, having established, then, that Shem, Ham, and Japheth were perfect in their genealogies from Adam and Eve, that they were the children of one father and one mother, that they were born about 100 years before the flood, that their wives, like themselves, were perfect in their genealogies, that these brothers and their descendants, as regards their genealogy, were the perfect equals of each other, that the curse of Noah, even if directed against Ham, and which it is not, that it is
Yeah, I definitely don't know, but Drew Ali read this.
impossible that that curse could, in any way, make him the father or progenitor of the present Negroes, as no curse denounced by God himself, by patriarch or by prophet, had ever done so before or since, and there is nothing in the language used by Noah that covers that idea, that, on the PG-19 contrary, the exact word used by Noah had been before used by God and by patriarchs, without the slightest suspicion being excited that such was its effect on the person so cast, that it was not found in Ham's name, and that the effort to connect the color of the Negro with the meaning of Ham's name in Hebrew is a mere fancy, not of the strength even of a cobweb. Now, reader, are these things true? Look into your Bible, look into contemporaneous and concurrent history, look at existing facts outside of the Bible, and running from the flood down to the present day, and hear the prophet of God defiantly ask, can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots, both beasts? And when you have so looked, you will say,
Oh
True.
my God. They didn't use that to justify our people being beasts, did they? Oh man. This is crazy.
True, every word, indubitably true. Then, what?
In other words, family, this is the true commentary of the European and what they think about you as related to the Bible. That's why they don't mind treating you the way they do. They don't look at you as they brothers. Even when you're my Christian brother, and all that. They don't care nothing about that. You a beast.
What? One word more before we proceed further. The embalming of Ham's dead and the Jewish genealogical tables ceased at about the same time, and by God's interposing power. Each were permitted by God to continue as national records, the one to show the genealogy of Jesus of Nazareth to be the Messiah, the other to show that Ham was white and not the progenitor of the Negro, and each having accomplished the end designed, God permitted them to cease, and both ceased about the same time. Is not this embalming, then, in effect, the direct testimony of God himself that Ham and his children were of the white race, and that there is an importance in being of the white race, and which we will see by, and beyond any appreciation ever given to it heretofore? And is it not equally God's testimony, ipso facto, that the Negro race have always existed as we have it now, and as have those of the three brothers equally always existed, and as we have them now? But, reader, suppose we admit, for the sake of the argument, that Ham was black, and that he was made so by the curse of his father Noah. We say, suppose we were to admit this, then what follows? Ham would have...
Notice he say, suppose we were to admit this. You understand? In other words, I know it's the truth, but we ain't going to admit it. We going to place ourselves there as being who we are. They cold-blooded. They letting you know, yeah, we lying, we taking this position, and we ain't finna tell y'all that y'all ruling. Cause if we accept that, that means y'all the rulers of civilization. No, we got to keep saying this right here, cause y'all slaves. We can't admit that y'all, were the ones who civilized things. We got to feel good in our conscience and, lynching you and whooping you and, all that right there. This is crazy. Let's see what he say. If you were to admit it, what?
Have been just such a Negro as we now find on earth, admitted, but then
he still would have been a Negro if they admitted it. See, he still wouldn't have respected your accomplishments, basically. If we admit that Ham is, of the darker hue, he still would be a slave, basically. Man, that's a lot of hatred right there, brother.
He would have been the only Negro on earth. Where was his Negro wife to be had? He could not propagate the Negro race by a cross with a white woman, for that would have produced a mulatto, and not the Negro, such as we now have.
Oh man,
to propagate the Negro that we now have on earth, the man and the woman must both be Negroes.
That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali say we do not seek to seek or desire to amalgamate, or marry the European. See, I guarantee you, me looking at this now and imagining Prophet Noble Drew Ali reading this material right here, because I know he read it. I can tell the language, I can see it all. This definitely would make him have a strong stance against the Negro, because they're declaring the Negro to be a beast. And that's why he said in the 102s, a Negro is a beast, an animal with 4 legs. You know what I mean? Oh man. In reality,
Negroes. Now, where did Ham's Negro wife come from? She did not come out of the ark. She was not on earth. Do we not see clearly from this statement of facts that the assumption of the learned world, PG-20, even admitting it, destroys itself the moment that we bring it to the test of facts? Under no view of the assumptions can the Negro we now have on earth be accounted for.
Oh man.
These things being so,
now let you know your whole divine lineage, your genealogy don't even exist. Yeah, y'all the reason. Y'all wiped it away. Didn't we just say denationalization earlier, people? Oh, he gloating over the kill. This is crazy.
Now what? We proceed with our subject. It being shown to be incontestably true that the three brothers, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, when they came out of the ark, were each of the white race, and that they have continued so to the present day in their posterity, this is incontestable, and being true, it settles the question that Ham is not the progenitor of the Negro, and we must now look to some other quarter for the Negro's origin. As the Negro is not the progeny of Ham, as has been demonstrated, and knowing that he is of neither family of Shem or Japheth, who are white, straight-haired, etc., and the Negro we have now on earth is kinky-headed and black, by this logic of facts we know that he came out of the ark and is a totally different race of men from the three brothers. How did he get in there, and in what station or capacity?
How you got
We
in the
answer
ark?
that he went into the ark by command of God. And as he was neither Noah, nor one of his sons, all of whom were white then, by the logic of facts, he could only enter it as a beast and along with the beasts. This logic of facts will not allow this position to be questioned.
Oh, you ain't gonna question it. We entered as a beast, people. You hear that? Do y'all hear that? Man, y'all better stop letting these people out here teach y'all this scientific racism and so-called scientific literacy, because it's all the same philosophy. It's all coming from Darwinism. It's all coming from John Blumenbeck. You didn't enter the ark as a human being, people. You entered as a beast. I ain't say that. That's what they said right here now. So don't get mad at me.
Questioned. But we will state it in another way equally true, from which the same result must necessarily follow, that the Negro entered the ark only as a beast. All candid or uncandid men will admit that the Negro of the present day have kinky heads, flat nose, thick lip, and black skin, and which we have shown is not true of either Shem, Ham, or Japheth's progeny of this day, and consequently it is impossible that either of them could be, or could have been, the progenitor of the Negro, at all since the flood, for each race exists now, the one white and the other black, and then, as it is impossible to believe that the Negro was created at all since the flood, therefore he must have been in the ark. This being so, now let us see what God said to Noah in proof of this position. He told Noah that he intended to destroy the world by a flood, but that he intended to save him and his wife, and his 3 sons and their wives. These were all God intended to save, for they had souls and beasts have not.
Oh, they're saying we ain't got no soul.
God told him he must prepare an ark, into which besides his family, he must also take of every beast after his kind, and all cattle after their kind, and of every creeping thing that creepeth on the earth, and every fowl after his kind, and every bird after his sort, and food for, PG 21, their support. Thus did Noah, and thus by God's command he entered the ark with his family. God promised Noah to save him and his family, but God did not promise to save the beasts, etc., although he preserved them in the ark.
Y'all hear all this justification for the beast to be mistreated? Because that's all it is. It's in between, you know, save everything. But he didn't promise to save the beast, huh? You wonder why you ain't been saved yet, huh?
Ark, but besides this preservation, Noah and his family were to be saved, or why, we will see presently. Then Ham, not being the father of the Negro must have come out of the ark with the beasts, and as one, for he was not one of Noah's family that entered it. This is inevitable, and cannot be shaken by all the reasonings of men on earth to the contrary. Now, unless it can be shown that, from Noah back to Adam and Eve, that in some way this kinky-headed and black-skinned Negro is the progeny of Adam and Eve, and which we know cannot be done, then again it follows, indubitably, that the Negro is not a human being, not being of Adam's race. This point we'll now examine and settle, and then account for the Negro being here.
Now, you ain't a human being, and you're not of Adam's race. Now you understand what we say when we say they wrote you in as chattel and cattle, because this was in 1867, 2 years after the so-called Emancipation or Proclamation when this was wrote. Listen to it now, because we coming up to it. We in the climax area. Watch this.
Here, Noah was the 10th in generation from Adam and Eve. We have before shown that the descendants of Shem, Ham, and Japheth at this day are white, have been so from the flood, with long, straight hair, etc. This fact establishes another fact, viz., that Noah was also white, with long, straight hair, etc. The Bible tells us that Noah was perfect in his genealogy, and the 10th in descent from Adam and Eve, or that, consequently, Adam and Eve were white, with long, straight hair, high foreheads, high noses, and thin lips. Our Savior was also white, and his genealogy is traced, family by family, back to Adam and Eve, which again establishes the fact that Adam and Eve were white. We have also shown that the Negro did not descend from either of the sons of Noah. That he is now here on earth and none will deny, and being here now, this logic of facts proves that he was in the ark and came out of the ark after the flood, and that it indubitably follows from the necessities of the case that he entered the ark as a beast, and only as a beast. Now it is very plain from this statement that as he came out of the ark, the Negro, as we now know him, existed anterior to the flood, and just such a Negro as we have now, with his kinky head, flat nose, black skin, etc., and that, Noah and his wife being white and perfect in their genealogy, it establishes that Adam and Eve were white, and no mesalliance having taken place from Adam to Noah, by which the Negro could be produced, that, therefore, as neither of the sons of Noah, nor Noah himself, nor Adam and Eve ever could by pg 22 any possibility be either of them the progenitor of the Negro, that, therefore, it follows from this logic of facts that the Negro is a separate and distinct species of the genus Homo from Adam and Eve, and being distinct from them, that it unquestionably follows that the Negro was created before Adam and Eve.
So now let's go a different species. They saying they human and you ain't. Now here they are actually distinguishing the ape from the human. But yet in science, they'll tell you everybody coming from the apes or the monkeys. See how they playing it? And if they come from you, then surely you had to be the monkey they came from. You see what I'm saying? This is crazy. Listen to this. It's finna go there. Watch this.
Created before them. Yes. How do we know this? Because the Bible plainly tells us that Adam and Eve were the last beings of God's creation on earth, and being the last, that the Negro must have existed before they were created, or for he is here now, and not being their offspring, it follows from this logic of facts that he was on the earth before them, and if on the earth before Adam, that he is inevitably a beast, and as a beast entered the ark.
There it go.
Let us recapitulate our point.
We was there as beasts before Adam and Eve. Now watch this here.
Points. We have shown that the assumption of the learned world that Ham is the progenitor of the Negro is a mistake, philanthropically and innocently made, we have no doubt, but nevertheless a mistake, and a very great one. As Ham is not the father of the Negro, and no one asserts that either Shem or Japheth is, then the Negro belongs to another race of people, and that he came out of the ark is a demonstrated fact, and not being of Noah's family, who are white, and Adam and Eve being likewise white, therefore, they could not be the progenitors of the Negro, and as neither the name or caste did make Ham a Negro, or the father of Negroes. And this covers the space of time from now back to the flood and to Noah. And no mesalliance ever having taken place from the flood or Noah back to Adam and Eve, by which the Negro can be accounted for, and Adam and Eve being white, that they could never be the father or mother of the kinky-headed, low forehead, flat nose, thick lip and black-skinned Negro, and as Adam and Eve were the last beings created by God on earth, therefore all beasts, cattle, etc., were consequently made before Adam and Eve were created, and the Negro being now here on earth, and not Adam's progeny, it follows, beyond all the reasonings of men on earth to controvert that he was created before Adam, and with the other beasts or cattle, and being created before Adam, that, like all beasts and cattle, they have no souls. This cannot be gainsaid, and being true, let us see if it is in philosophic harmony with God's order among animals in their.
If our people let somebody else call them an ape, I know something.
Their creation. Not to be prolix on this point, we will take a few cases. We will begin with the cat. The cat, as a genera of a species of animals, we trace in his order of creation through various grades: cougar, panther, leopard, tiger, up to the PG-23 lion, improving in each gradation from the small cat up to the lion, a noble beast. Again, we take the ass and we trace through the intervening animals of the same species up to the horse, another noble animal. Again, we take up the monkey and trace him likewise through his upward and advancing orders: baboon, orangutan, and gorilla, up to the Negro, another noble animal, the noblest of the beast creation.
So when you hear these cats out here, these Negroes, when you hear them out here talking this stuff, talking about they come from apes and all that, right, their family, they basically answering, you know, to this call that these people done put on them. Watch this. It's finna get crazy.
The difference between these higher orders of the monkey and the Negro is very slight and consists mainly in this one thing: the Negro can utter sounds that can be imitated, or hence he could talk with Adam and Eve, for they could imitate his sounds. This is the foundation of language. The gorilla, orangutan, baboon, etc. have languages peculiar to themselves and which they understand because they can imitate each other's sounds. But man cannot imitate them and hence cannot converse with them. The Negro's main superiority over them is that he utters sounds that could be imitated by Adam, hence conversation ensued between them. Again, the baboon is thickly clothed with hair and goes erect apart. Of his time. Advancing still higher in the scale, the orangutan is less thickly covered with hair and goes erect most altogether. Still advancing higher in the scale, the gorilla has still less hair and is of a black skin and goes erect when moving about. A recent traveler in Africa states that the gorilla frequently steals the Negro women and girls and carry them off for wives. It is thus seen that the gradation from the monkey up to the Negro is in philosophical juxtaposition in God's order of creation. The step from the Negro to Adam is still progressive and consists of change of color, hair, forehead, nose, lips, etc., and immortality. That the Negro existed on earth before Adam was created is so positively plain from the preceding facts, no intelligent, candid man can doubt, and that he so existed before Adam, and as a man, for he was so named by Adam, we now proceed to show.
They're basically saying that our ancestors are the apes that humanity evolved from. Now, you know, those who think they into some scientific literacy, they probably don't have they ain't got no problem with that. They probably think that's a one-up.
Sure. We read in the Bible, and God said, "Let us make man in our own image and after our likeness," which is equivalent to saying, we have man already, but not in our image, for if the Negro was already in God's image, God could not have said, "Now let us make man in our image."
Oh, man.
But God did say, after he had created everything else on earth but Adam, that he then said, "Let us make man in our image."
Can y'all imagine how this sounds to people that's in the Eurocentric lineage, you know, and this being taught to them for years? You know, doctrine like this is the reason why, you know, they treat our people as they treat them, because they come up under this type of doctrine. And whether they teach it outright now, this has been ingrained in their culture as oral history. You see what I'm saying? And I guarantee you at table talks, a lot of this stuff will come up. I guarantee you most of them have this history and know of it very well. And the way that they put this together, you can see how they actually convince their people to believe this, you know, and actually, stand on it, so to speak. I can see this easily happening. Standing outside of myself, you know, stepping into the shoes, you know, of Rome, I can see, you know, how they would definitely begin to push this in order to hide their own history. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. This is the actual doctrine. This was written right during the time the Klan was on the manifest, because the Klan started around that same time.
Image and after our likeness, and let him, so created now, have dominion. God saw, PG 24, formed this man out of the dust of the earth, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and he became a living soul, and endowed with immortality. Now, it is indisputably plain, and so shown from the Bible in this paper, that this being, thus created by God, had long, straight hair, high forehead, high nose, thin lips, and white
You know how he could,
white skin.
you know how he contradicting himself? Because he said that Adam and Eve came after the beast and everything. But what he failed to realize, what he quote now, when God breathed into life, you know, of man, and he became a living soul, Genesis 2 ayats, rather verses 4 through 7 and all that right there. All of that is referring to a creation that took place before the Adam that was made on the 6th day, because it tells you that that man that was made in Genesis chapter 2 was made before the plants, before the trees, before it ever rained. That's actually the pre-Adamite that was made. That's the pre-Adamite. You see? And so now he lying. He lying through the whole thing. But you know, you can't pull that over with me because I know better. You know what I mean? But you know, anything for him to get his rocks off, he gonna say that right there. When go read Genesis chapter 2, that particular man came before the plants, before the trees, and everything. So if he came before the plants and trees, and one came on Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, after the plants and the trees, after the beast, you're talking about 3 different measures of species. So that's one that's supposed to be the ape in the middle, and one pre-Adamite before them, then the Adamites that was made on the 6th day. See what I'm saying? And when you put everything in its proper perspective, you find that the first man existed in the first day in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. When it talk about the Spirit of God moving upon the face of the waters and all that there. Well, didn't it say he breathed into the nostrils of man and he became a living soul? All right.
Skin, and which the Negro has not, and it is equally clearly shown that the Negro is not the progeny of Adam. Therefore the Negro must have existed before Adam. But another fact, Adam was to have dominion over all the earth. There must, of necessity, be an established boundary to that dominion as betwixt God and himself, in order that Adam should rule only in his allotted dominion. In settling this domain, the Bible is full and exact. That which was to be and to continue under God's dominion, rule, and control, God named himself. He called the light day, the darkness he called night, the dry land he called earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas, and the firmament he called heaven, etc. And what was to be under Adam's dominion, rule, and control, Adam named himself, but by God's direction and authority. But mark, Adam did not name himself, for no child ever names himself. But God named him and his race, but he did not call or name him man. After he created him. Adam's dominion starting. From himself went downward in the scale of creation, while God's dominion, starting with Adam, went upward. God, foreseeing that Adam would call the Negro by the name man, when he said, "Let us make man," therefore so used the term, for by such name man, the Negro, was known by to the flood, but not the man. Whenever Adam is personally spoken of in the Hebrew scriptures, invariably his name has the prefix the man to contradistinguish him from the Negro, who is called man simply, and was so named by Adam. By inattention to this distinction made by God himself, the world is indebted for the confusion that exists regarding Adam and his race and the Negro. Adam and his race were to be under God's dominion, rule, and government, and was therefore named by God, and he called their name Adam in reference to his race, and the man to contradistinguish him from the Negro, whom Adam named man. But God did not call Adam man after he created him, he called their name Adam, while Adam named the Negro man. But some may say, again, as many have already said, that the Negro might be the offspring of Adam by some other woman, or of Eve by someone other than Adam. Have such reasoners thought of the Da, PG 25, Structian, the Saturn? Destruction to their own theory, this assumption will entail upon them. Can they not see that, in either case, by Adam or by Eve, the progeny would be a mulatto, and not a kinky-headed, flat-nosed, black Negro, and that we should be at as much loss as before to account for the Negro as we now have him on earth as ever? And if such miscegenating and crossing continued, that now we would have no kinky heads, no black skins among us. But this amalgamation of the whites and blacks was never consummated until a later date, and then we shall...
We definitely know that Noble Drew Ali read this. They talking about amalgamation in here. I can only imagine what Prophet Noble Drew Ali was thinking when he was reading this.
Shall see what God thought of its practice. But while on this point, just here let us remark that God in the creating of Adam to be the head of creation intended to distinguish, and did distinguish, him with eminent grandeur and notableness in his creation over and above everything else that had preceded it. But when creating the Negro and other beasts and animals, he made the male and female each out of the ground. Not so with Adam and his female, for God expressly tells us that he made Adam's wife out of himself, thus securing the unity of immortality in his race alone, and hence he called their name Adam, not man. The black man was the background of the picture, to show the white man to the world in his dominion over the earth, as the darkness was the background of the picture of creation, before and over which light, God's light, should forever be seen.
Yeah.
The discussion and practice of the social and political equality of the white and black races heretofore have always carried along with them their kindred era of the equality of rights of the two sexes in all things pertaining to human affairs and government. But both end in destruction, entire destruction and extermination, as we shall see in the further prosecution of our subject, and as the Bible plainly teaches. The conclusion, then, that the Negro which we now have on earth was created before Adam is inevitable, from the logic of facts and the divine testimony of the Bible, and cannot be resisted by all the reasonings of men on earth.
Now I'm gonna go down to this rest of this part right here, and get into this stuff dealing with the Constitution. And I'm gonna show you the little masonry they got in here and everything. But this is a terrible document right here, people. This is insane. This is very, very, very crazy right here. And this is a whole doctrine. Who even sit down and think, for somebody even think of something like this and put this together, boy, you got to have a real sadistic mind. You got to definitely have a sadistic mind to do this here. Okay. Let's see here. I see they talking about the Canaanites and all that. I'm trying to get down to this one part. This part right here. Okay, yeah. I think this is the one that I was on. Let's see. Okay. Talking about that deal. That's one portion, but I seen something else up here interesting too. Yeah, we'll go down here to this portion here though and pick up. Yeah, this is crazy here, family. This is real crazy. Jesus is the European. We already know they've been teaching that. The Most High created us to be the apes. This is where it get real crazy at right here. Got a couple of them. Okay, yeah, that's when they was talking about the Declaration of Independence. Yeah, this is it right here. We're gonna let it ride out from here. Okay, I want to start it right there.
Earth.
Oh, I got to take this down.
He now have on earth was created before Adam is inevitable from the...
No, you got to come down here and do it like this here. Okay, come on. And y'all can always go and read the rest of it, the whole part of it too. I just want to get to the main point so we can open the floor up just in case somebody want to say something. Let's see here. Okay, we'll start right there.
One point more. God has set a line of demarcation so ineffaceable, so indelible besides color, and so plain between the children of Adam and Eve, whom he endowed with immortality, and the Negro who is of this earth only, that none can efface, and none so blind as not to see it. And this line of demarcation is that Adam and his race, being endowed by God with souls, that a sense of immortality ever inspires them and sets them to work, and the one race builds what he hopes is to last for ages, his houses, his palaces, his temples, his towers, his monuments, and from the earliest ages after the flood. Not so the other, the Negro, as left to himself, as M.A.N was, he builds nothing for ages to come, but like any other beast or animal of earth, his building is only for the day. The one starts his building on earth and builds for immortality, reaching toward heaven, the abode of his God. The other, also starting his building on earth, builds nothing durable, nothing permanent, only.
You hear that? They say they build for immortality. The Negro only build for a day.
For present necessity, and which goes down, as everything merely animal must forever do. Such are the actions of the two races, when left to themselves, as all their works attest. Subdue the Negro as we do the other animals, and like them, teach them all we can, then turn them loose, free them entirely from the restraints and control of the white race, and, just like all other animals or beasts so treated, back to his native nature and wildness and barbarism and the worship of demons, he will go.
You see that right there? They said they free us, we're going to go back to worshiping demons. But I thought we didn't have no soul, though.
Go? Not so with Adam's children. Starting from the flood, they began to build for eternity. Ham, the slandered Ham, settled on the Nile in the person of his son M.A.N, and built cities, monuments, temples, and towers of surpassing magnificence and endurance, and here, too, with them, he started all the arts and sciences that have since covered Europe and America with grandeur and glory.
They finna get into this masonry now, y'all. They finna get into Western Freemasonry. Watch what they got to say.
Glory. Even Solomon, whose name is a synonym for wisdom, when about to build the temple, instructed as he was by his father David, as to how God had told him the temple was to be built, yet he, notwithstanding his wisdom, was warned of God, and he sent to Hiram, king of Tyre, for a workman skilled in all the science of architecture and cunning in all its devices and ornaments, to raise and build that structure designed for the visible glory of God on earth. PG 45, and Hiram, king of Tyre, sent him a widow's son, named Hiram Abif, and who was grand master of the workman. He built the temple and adorned it, and was killed a few months before Solomon consecrated it. This Hiram, king of Tyre, and this Hiram Abif, although the mother of the latter was a Jewess, were descendants of this slandered Ham. Now we ask...
They're telling you Hiram Abif was a descendant of Ham. Now, you know they done already hijacked us in the culture, you know, saying that they was the original people that was of Ham. So now they're telling you that Hiram Abif is a descendant of Ham. You heard the chairman tell you the code name of the Negro is really Hiram Abif, but they saying no. They finna tell you who they say Hiram is, and he ain't no Negro to them.
Asked, is it reasonable to suppose that God would call, or would suffer to be called, a descendant of Ham to superintend and build his temple and erect therein his altar, if Hiram Abif had been a Negro?
You say God couldn't have called Hiram Abif if Hiram Abif was a Negro. This is for all you cats out there, man, that be running around these Europeans, man. You know, this is what they really think about you. You know, that's why they tried to sue the so-called Black Masons, because they don't recognize you. Am I not a brother and a man?
Negro, a flat-nosed Negro, whom he had expressly forbidden to approach his altar.
Whoa.
The idea is entirely inconsistent with God's dealings with men.
Whoa.
God thus, then, testifying in calling this son of Ham to build his temple, his appreciation of Ham and his race. Now, let us sum up what is written in this paper. We have shown 1. That Ham was not made a Negro, neither by his name, nor the curse, or the supposed curse, of his father Noah. 2. We have shown that the people of India, China, Turkey, Egypt, Copts, now have long, straight hair, high foreheads, high noses, and every lineament of the white race, and that these are the descendants of Ham. 3. That, therefore, it is impossible that Ham could be the father of the present race of Negroes. 4. That this is sustained by God himself, causing Mizraim to embalm his dead from directly after the flood and to continue it for 23 centuries, and that these mummies now show Ham's children to have long, straight hair, etc., and the lineaments alone of the white race. 5. That Shem, Ham, and Japheth being white proves that their father and mother were white. 6. That Noah and his wife being white and perfect in their genealogy proves that Adam and Eve were white, and therefore impossible that they could be the progenitors of the kinky-headed, black-skinned Negroes of this day. 7. That, therefore, as neither Adam nor Ham was the progenitor of the Negro, and the Negro being now on earth, consequently we know that he was created before Adam, as certainly and as positively as we know that the horse and every other animal were created before him, as Adam and Eve were the last beings created by God. 8. That the Negro being created before Adam, consequently he is a beast in God's nomenclature, and being a beast was under Adam's rule and dominion, and, like all other beasts or animals, has no soul. 9. That God destroyed the world by a flood, for the crime of the amalgamation or miscegenation of the white race, whom he had endowed with souls and immortality, with Negroes, mere beasts without souls and without immortality, and producing thereby a class, not race, but a class of beings that were neither human nor beasts.
Now the cause of the flood is called the Europeans slept with the Negro. They laid down with the beast, basically. Wow. You the cause of the flood, Negro.
Beasts. 10. That this was a crime against God that could not be expiated, and consequently could not be forgiven by God, and never would be, and that its punishment in the progeny is on earth and by death.
So why they want to lay down now with the Negro woman? Why they want to lay down now with the Negro man then? Is another flood coming?
(11) That this was shown at Babel, Sodom, and Gomorrah, and the extermination of the nations of the Canaanites, and by God's law to Moses. 12. That God will not accept religious worship from the Negro, as he has expressly ordered that no man having a flat nose shall approach his altar, and the Negroes have flat noses. 13. That the Negro has no soul is shown by express authority of God, speaking through the Apostle Peter by divine inspiration.
Oh man. God don't accept the worship of a Negro. Y'all hear this? Man, I hope y'all sharing this. I hope y'all subscribe to this channel, because we got way more than this coming. Like I'm telling y'all, ain't never heard this type of nonsense here. This is actual literature.
Inspiration. The intelligent cannot fail to discover who was the tempter in the Garden of Eden. It was a beast, a talking beast, the beast that talked naturally, if it required a miracle to make it talk, as our landmen.
Oh, now you the serpent in the garden, you the beast, a talking beast, as he's calling it, in the garden. You were the tempter in the garden. Man. Now imagine the people being taught this right here from a baby. Imagine this oral teaching right here being passed down from generation to generation. No wonder why they treat you the way you do. They do. Because even if they ain't getting it like this directly, indirectly, it's being demonstrated. And then they get you out there and provoke you to certain acts out here in the world, put you in a state of poverty, you know, and then you begin to react. And then basically they can say, see, I told you he was an animal. See, I told you he was a beast. Cold-blooded, man. Cold-blooded. Strip you of your nationality, divine creed. Say you soulless. and know the outcome of how you would act as a result of being treated the way you treated, and condemn you for trying to rise up out of your condition, for daring to be intelligent as you are, for daring to return to your former glory. Man, I wish a member would. I wish somebody would come up to me talking about we come from some apes and all that right there. And y'all better get on them too, family. Don't you let these cats come out here, man, telling y'all nobody on y'all watch from now on, from here forward, we on their heads. The ones that's out here trying to push that doctrine, family. We on their head, family. If you hear them even breathing like they want to talk like that, thrash them with that truth, family. Pull this up on them.
Men, PG 46, suppose, and as no one could then perform a miracle but God only, and if he performed this miracle to make a snake, a serpent, talk, and to talk only with Eve, and that as soon as the serpent seduced Eve into eating the forbidden fruit, God then performed another miracle to stop his speaking afterward, that if this be true, then it follows beyond contradiction, that God is the immediate and direct author or cause of sin, an idea that cannot be admitted for one moment by any believer in the Bible.
They say they don't believe God is the cause of sin.
God called it a beast, more subtle than all the beasts the Lord God had made. As Adam was the federal head of all his posterity, as well as the real head, so was this beast, the Negro, the federal head of all beasts and cattle, etc., down to creeping things, to things that go upon the belly and eat dust all the days of their life. If all the beasts, cattle, etc., were not involved in the sin of their federal head, why did God destroy them at the flood? If the crime that brought destruction on the world was the sin of Adam's race alone, why destroy the innocent beasts, cattle, etc.? When all things were created, God not only pronounced them good, but very good, then why destroy these innocent beasts, cattle, etc., for Adam's sin or wrongdoing? But that these beasts, etc., were involved in the same sin with Adam is positively plain from one fact alone. Among others, and that fact is, that before the fall of Adam in the garden, all was peace and harmony among and between all created beings and things. After the fall, strife, contention, and war ensued as much among the beasts, cattle, etc., as with the posterity of Adam, and continues so to the present time. Why should God thus afflict them for another's crime, if they were free and innocent of that crime? God told Adam, on the day of his creation, to have dominion over everything living that moveth upon the earth, but to Noah, after the flood, he uses very different language, for, while he told Noah to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, the same as he said to Adam, yet he adds, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, etc., and all that moveth upon the earth, etc. Into thy hands are they delivered. If this had continued in their primeval goodness, wholly unconnected with Adam's sin, is it reasonable to suppose that God would have used the language toward them that he did in his instructions to Noah? It is impossible. The intelligent can also see the judgments of God on this unforgivable sin at the flood, at Babel, at Sodom and Gomorrah, and on the Canaanites, and in his law, and they may profit by the example. They can see the exact time, AM 2:35. When men, the Negro, erected the first altar on earth, they had seen Adam, Cain, Abel, and Seth erect altars and call on the name of the Lord. They too could imitate them, they did then imitate, they then built their altars, they then called on the name of the Lord, they are yet imitating, they are yet profaning the name of the Lord by calling on his name. And you, the people of the United States, are upholding this profanity. Who was it that caused God to repent and to be grieved at his heart that he had made man? Will you place yourselves alongside of that being and against God? All analogy says you will. But remember that the righteous will escape, the hardened alone will perish. The ways of God.
That boy said it was a sin for them to let us call on the name of God.
Of God are always consistent when understood and always just and reasonable. It is a curious fact, but a fact, nevertheless, and fully sustained by the Bible, and that fact is this, that God never conferred, and never designed to confer, any great blessing on the human family, but what he always selects or selected a white slaveholder or PG-47, one of a white slaveholding nation, as the medium by or through which that blessing should reach them. Why he has done so is not material to discuss now, but the fact that he always did so, the Bible abundantly proves. Abraham, the father of the faithful, and in whom and his seed all the families of the earth were to be blessed, is a notable instance of this truth. For Abraham owned 318 slaves, and the savior of the world was of a white slaveholding nation.
Oh,
And they held slaves by God's own laws.
they say Jesus was the savior of the world, was of the white slaveholding nation. All right now, you hearing it straight from the horse's mouth right here, family. Literally live and direct. You can only get this type of teaching over here from us because we ain't scared. We gonna tell you the truth. Y'all hear this? It's telling you what this, they're giving you the doctrine, family. All of our people need to hear about this here, man. If you ain't never read this before, this is outside of speculation of thinking, well, you know, they doing this because of that. He telling you right here, they whole doctrine. This the whole blueprint to what they put down on the people right here. This it. The jig is up. We got the whole playbook right here, family.
Laws aid and not by theirs. And how has it been in respect of our own nation and government in the United States? A government now declared by thousands of lips, latterly, to be the best, the very best, that has ever been in the world. Who made this government? Who established it and its noble principles? Let us appeal to history. The first attack on British power and the aggressions of its parliament ever made on this continent was made by a slaveholder from a slave state, Patrick Henry, May 30, 1765. The first president of the first Congress that ever assembled on this continent to consider of the affairs of the 13 colonies, and which met in Philadelphia, September 5, 1774, was a slave owner from a slave state, Peyton Randolph. The only secretary that Congress ever had was a slave owner from a slave state, Charles Thompson. The gentleman who was chairman of the Committee of the Whole on Saturday, the 8th of June, 1776, and who, on the morning of the 10th, reported the resolutions that the 13 colonies of right ought to be free and independent states, was a slaveholder from a slave state, Benjamin Harrison. The same gentleman again, as chairman of the Committee of the Whole, reported the Declaration of Independence in form and to which he affixed his signature on Thursday, July 4, 1776. The gentleman who wrote the Declaration of Independence was a slave owner from a slave state, Thomas Jefferson. The gentleman...
Didn't the chairman just say that in the Book of Fire? Didn't the chairman just say that in the Book of Fire, family, when I read that earlier?
Gentleman who was selected to lead their armies as commander-in-chief and who did lead them successfully to victory and the independence of the country was a slave owner from a slave state, George Washington. The gentleman who was president of the convention to form the Constitution of the United States was a slaveholder from a slave state, George Washington. The gentleman who wrote the Constitution of the United States and making it the best government ever formed on earth was a slave owner from a slave state, James Madison. The first president of the United States under that Constitution, and who, under God, gave it strength, consistency, and power before the world, was a slave owner from a slave state, George Washington, and these were all white men and slave owners, and whatever of peace, prosperity, happiness, and glory the people of the United States have enjoyed under it have been from the administration of the government by presidents elected by the people of slaveholders from slave states. Whenever the people have elected a president from a non-slaveholding state, commencing with the elder Adams and down to Mr. Lincoln, confusion, wrangling, and strife have been the order of the day until it culminated in the greatest civil war the world has ever beheld under the last named gentleman. Why this has been so is not in the line of our subject. We mention it as a matter of history, to confirm the Bible fact that God always selects slaveholders, or from a slaveholding nation, the media through which he confers his blessings on mankind. Would it not be wisdom to heed it now?
So he letting you know don't nothing rule in America but a slave master. And all these N.B.Cs out here that's misinformed ain't nothing but slave catchers, slave breakers, slave makers, and slave holders. It's straight from the horse's mouth, family. This is, man, oh my goodness. We at the end now.
Now, one reflection and then we are done. The people of the United States have now thrust upon them the question of Negro equality, social, political, and religious. How will they decide it? If they decide PG-48 it one way, then they will make the sixth cause of invoking God's wrath once again on the earth. They will begin to discover this approaching wrath, 1, by God bringing confusion. 2, by his breaking the government into pieces, or fragments, in which the Negro will go and settle with those that favor this equality. 3, in God pouring out the fire of his wrath on this portion of them, but in what way, or in what form, none can tell until it comes, only that in severity it will equal in intensity and torture, the destruction of fire burning them up. 4, the states or people that favor this equality and amalgamation of the white and black races, God will exterminate. To make the Negro the political, social, and religious equal of the white race by law, by statute, and by constitutions can easily be effected in words, but so to elevate the Negro Jua Divino is simply impossible. You cannot elevate a beast to the level of a son of God, a son of Adam and Eve, but you may depress the sons of Adam and Eve with their impress of the Almighty down to the level of a beast. God has made one for immortality, and the other to perish with the animals of the earth. The antediluvians once made this depression.
Family. They say one was made for immortality and the other to perish with the animals of the earth. Want to let that marinate a bit.
Depression. Will the people of the United States make another, and the last? Yes, they will, for a large majority of the North are unbelievers in the Bible, and this paper will make a large number of their clergy deists and atheists. A man cannot commit so great an offense against his race, against his country, against his God, in any other way, as to give his daughter in marriage to a Negro, a beast, or to take one of their females for his wife. As well might he in the sight of God wed his child to any other beast of forest or of field. This crime cannot be expiated, it never has been expiated on earth, and from its nature never can be, and, consequently, never was forgiven by God, and never will be. The Negro is now free. There are but two things on earth that may be done with him now, and the people and government of this country escape destruction. One or the other God will make you do, or make you accept his punishment. As he made Babel, Sodom, and Gomorrah, and the Canaanites before you. You must send him back to Africa or re-enslave him. The former is the best, far the best.
You hear that? You must send him back to Africa or re-enslave him. This is 2 years after, the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, 1867. You must send him back to Africa or re-enslave him. The former is the best, for the best.
Best. Now, which will my countrymen do? I do not say fellow citizens, as I regard myself, but as a sojourner in the land, whose every political duty is now performed by obeying your laws, be they good or bad, not voting, nor assisting others in making your laws. Will my countrymen, in deciding for themselves these questions, will they remember that the first law of liberty is obedience to God? Without this obedience to the great and noble principles of God, truth, righteousness, and justice, there can be no liberty, no peace, no prosperity, no happiness in any earthly government. If these are sacrificed or ignored, God will overturn and keep overturning until mankind learn his truth, justice, and mercy, and conform to them. To the people of the South, we say, obedience to God is better than all sacrifices. You have sacrificed all your Negroes. It was your ancestors that God made use of to form this noblest of all human governments. No others could do it. Do not be cast down at what has happened and what is yet to happen. God will yet use you to reinstate and remodel this government on its just and noble principles and at the proper time. The North can never do it. These are perilous times. The impending decisions will be against you and against God. But keep yourselves free from this sin. Do not by your acts, nor by your votes, invite the Negro equality if it is forced upon you, as it will be. Obey the laws, remembering that God will protect the righteous, and that His truth, like itself, will always be consistent, and like its author, will be always and forever triumphant. The finger of God is in this. Trust Him. The Bible is true. July 1840. December 1866. Ariel. Note 1. Any candid scholar wishing to address the writer is informed that any letter addressed to Ariel, care of Messrs. Payne, James and Company, Nashville, Tennessee, during this summer and fall 1867 will reach him and command his attention. Note 2. Some few kinky-headed Negroes have been found embalmed on the Nile, but the inscriptions on their sarcophagi fully explain who they were and how they came to be there. They were generally Negro traders from the interior of the country and of much later dates. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Negro, what is his ethnological status?
Man,
Second ed.
yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, family. Y'all see it, man. It's cold-blooded. This is cold-blooded, man. Man, that's crazy. You know, so without further ado or delay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my chairman and see what he had to say about this, because we done already talked about this nonsense, and they believe what they believe, and they got some of these people around here amongst us out here trying to teach the same thing. It all makes sense. Listen to what the chairman say. It's right on time. We're going to give you a portion of this right here. And this is actually from the portion dealing with a mechanization of a hidden nation. Untold truth of how black people were made. It's right on time. After that nonsense that we just went through, we're going to open it up. It says, the untold truth of how black people were made. Point of order. First things first. The great God never made such beings as Negroes, blacks, or colored people, or N.B.C. attached them to the human family. And for the self-named African Americans who fancy themselves more intellectually suspicious, it says in their N.B.C. lookalikes, please be advised, all of these are but recycled slave names. None of these carry an iota of free national value on the scales of property, a proper person, or true identity. Those who have ignorantly carried these names that were given to slaves during the times of slavery and voluntarily dressed them up under various Western Freemasonic, political, religious, and social titles can now only bear witness to their 400-year consequences. Noble Drew Ali asked the first question of the Moorish Americans, who made you? He gave the answer, Allah, the great God. The next question should naturally be, who made the N.B.C. people? Answer, those who named them Negro, blacks, and colored people. Indeed, they are simply man-made entities. The most difficult task of this chapter is to convince a people that they are not what others say they are. It is an ultimate impossibility to be yourself while being what others have designed you to be, especially when they themselves voluntarily and aggressively insist on being replicas of what the great status quo have labeled them according to U.S. laws. Socially, politically, or religiously, he and she cannot be themselves while being something or someone other than himself or herself, outside of his world of procreation. Anything made by man that is contingent upon the rate of atmosphere to sustain its life is a monster beast chattel of its own making. Shocking as it may be to some readers, there's an evil origin that secretly rests in the history of today's African American. In the history of man being formed on earth, the great God of the universe has never made a beast race, then attached that race to the human family. The bearers of the word black are actually a people made in the image of the Creator. However, shortly after their live birth, they were processed under various state laws wherein they were born and reside, and then certified exclusively to be made in America. In the semblance of a people, the N.B.C. from the very outset was designed to never be a free national people in theory, principle, or standards of citizenship classifications. And you can see when he said you got either one choice or two choices, either send them back to Africa or re-enslave them. They chose to re-enslave us under assumable jurisdiction. Man, this thing go hand in hand here. Noble Drew Ali in his holy instructions on religion wrote, "He, the great God, have instituted laws." Hold up. Let me make sure too. Because I know it ain't on here. I'm still coming from the Book of Fire, but I just thought about y'all, family. So I'm over here. I am going to share this screen. I just realized it. So it says, Noble Drew Ali, in his holy instructions on religion, wrote, "He, the great God, hath instituted laws for the government of the world. He had wonderfully varied them in all beings, and each by his nature conforming to his will." See Appendix Moorish Holy Quran Religion. All living things made are created according to the design of its nature. It is the nature of a thing to be its true self. It is in the nature of a fish to swim, birds to fly, water to be wet, and in the nature of mind to become what it thinks. Therefore, according to these natural laws which govern all things created, the making of the N.B.C is no exception. All Negroes, blacks, and colored people were former African nationals that have been denationalized and reduced to property. It is simply not in the nature of the N.B.C to be exempt from the status of property. To the many that do not know these statements to be true and have more questions than solutions to the so-called Negro problem, this chapter is for you. And for the few that know but have sworn not to tell the true manumission, for you is also in this book. Dear readers, welcome to the Exhuming of a Nation. This is the first complete book of freedom ever to be written, and is primarily designed to finally manumit the so-called Negro, blacks, and colored people, N.B.C, from their shallow grave of the U.S. constitutional laws. There are many great books, the Holy Quran, the Torah, and Bible, etc., that all have been around during the African Ma'afa, yet none has the power to restore the nationality and ancient creed of the lost found tribe of Ali. Needful to say, during the last score years, there have been millions of N.B.C whom have sought refuge in these wondrous books. Yet autonomy has always eluded those descendants of ex-slaves. Most of them never knew. It has been man's abuse of these great books that has given support to the most evil system of slave trade in the history of humanity. All of the books ever documented about ex-slaves are the slaves and ex-slaves in America, bar none. Only this one contains the freedom which has eluded them for 5 centuries. This is the opening chapter, and it will reveal the behind the scheme of Freemasonry and politics that went into the deliberate machination of a black people, the only nationless, non-existent, non-citizen, and personless people ever to be detached from the human family. The machinations of a non-existent, invisible male people. And male means illusion. The late Ralph Ellison wrote a powerful book referring to the American ex-slaves entitled The Invisible Man, While Ellison gave a vivid account of what it is like to exist, yet not be recognized because of a peerless status, few people consider the fact that an entire people can personify a status of non-existence. This book will address America's muffled question in her delusionist machination of a nation. Maya is the real appearing as unreal, and the unreal made to seem as real. It is the everlasting seeming as a short-lived, it says, in that which is minute to appears everlasting. There's a nation within the jurisdiction of the United States that is pure maya, pure illusion. It is a nation in the semblance of a people, and a people made to look in the likeness of a nation, yet they do not exist. Although they have the appearance of citizens, they are, it says, yet are citizens, but not of their own lawful government. They appear real, but are unreal, unrealized, but seem real. This is why most of our people still think that they have some citizenship and don't know that they property. The greatest mystery in these United States is the missing true status and identity of today's self-proclaimed African Americans. Not since the 18 years in the life of Yeshua or Yehoshua were omitted from the Bible has there been such unsolved mystery. Are African Americans yesterday's black people? Or were they the Negroes who were colored folks? In a word, who are these people? And why do the prefixes X or so-called historically precede all their previous names? Noble Drew Ali was the only person to come with the only solution to this great mystery. So-called blacks have become such a mystery unto themselves until they naturally avoid the common questions of who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? No one finds pleasure in the realms of not knowing. Ignorance is not bliss. And to be unable to answer basic questions about oneself is both embarrassing and humiliating. Even the most educated ex-slaves appear dyslexic and to suffer from chronic analphabetism. It says when it comes to questions about themselves as a nation, make no mistake about it. Ignorance of the self is never painless, but the human mind can be conditioned to live with the pains that come with suffrages and accept those pains as normal. As a result, blacks in America have gone into a state of national denial. The hurts of a people in denial are often so severe until lone suffrage can be socially perceived as a destined way of life and an act of God. Some pains are in the form of Stockholm syndrome, wherein the victims will imitate their oppressors' behaviors socially, religiously, and politically. Others justify benightedness by waiting on the Lord as they wallow in the praise of another man's God or other forms of mental masturbation. The point is who or what the Negroes, blacks, and colored people. More importantly, how did they come into existence? Noble Drew Ali was/is the first person born from among the so-called N.B.C to proclaim his rightful status before the U.S. government. While it is true that Dred Scott and many others made legal stands before the courts in search of freedom, all Negroes left those tribunals in want of their proper status. In the course of this book, it is the search for it is the author's goal that each reader will come to understand the powerful significance of knowing one's identity, to discover that bond which unites divinity and matter and become God manifested in human form. Not only is this a shared law amidst all nations, but also is constitutionally enforced in the U.S., with the exception of its nationalized property. Also, this knowledge is a comfort to the soul, places one back into the human family, it says, and has the power to automatically cut the cord of all jurisdictions that the United States hold over its N.B.Cs. The coast-to-coast belief we are black, We are so mixed up that there's just no way to trace ourselves as a people. This kind of negativity places doubt where faith should be. This represents the total submission of a people from a 400-year beatdown and illustrates the highest degree of self-denial. This chapter, The Machination of a Hidden Nation, is so titled because the deliberate making of a so-called black people is the most misunderstood phenomenon to be revealed in due time by Noble Drew Ali. This book will address the esoteric quest in America's delusionist machination of that people as a nation. Still today, this illusionist nation is like a cake made of maya, a maya, baked in the U.S. slave laws and covered with icing of Reconstruction amendments. Made of maya, it says the people are in a semblance of a nation, yet they are neither a people nor a nation. And divinely, legally, or naturally, Negroes, blacks, and colored people simply do not exist. You will also find the evolving slave names of N.B.C are not solutions, but destined to be the perpetually problems they continue to be. Since saying it aloud, I'm black and I'm proud, has been the order of the day since the 60s, let us begin with the word black. Noble Drew Ali, as a master etymologist, taught the Moorish in 1913 that the word black was just that, a word. Black is only a word. And like all words, black has its definitions, history, and language of origin. The main thing to learn here is black is not, nor ever has been, a color. Black, but a word, an adjective that describes a condition, state, status, or noun. We just showed our family that in the book of David McRitchie, remember? Unlike nouns, adjectives cannot be what they define or describe a person, place, or thing. This is why Noble Drew Ali wrote in his questionnaire, what is meant by the word black? Black, according to science, means deaf. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. Why? Because man is made in the image and after the likeness of God, Allah. The key here is black is revealed as being a mere word, just a word. All words have meanings and are subject to definition and interpretation. Any grammar grade student would clearly show black is not being a color. However, virtually all applying the word black as an identification of themselves do not realize that they have long since been turned out as a perpetual straw man. Since the early 1960s of the self-proclaimed black people, while learning to accept the skin they are in, it says, are in a slave mantra. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Oddly enough, only an unacceptable few have come to the realization it was not they who first named them black or more, and then blackie, and finally black, but the Europeans who enslaved them when they were free African nationals. Today, they are too vain or ashamed to look at the black horse they have accepted to ride to nowhere, was never their own, alive, and will never win a race. It says, for this reason alone, blacks will always be European slaves. Even if blacks were to conquer their white rulers, they would still be losers by becoming the enemies they once hated. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the same thing. He said, if you were to take all the European and wipe them off of the face of the earth, and this was in the measure called, who is the original man? And he was saying that your nationality is not your land mass or your skin color. He said your true essence is basically being the God that you are. You know, that your true nature is being God, basically. You know, so he even understood that it went beyond, you know, what they talking about when they say black this and black that. You know, so it says, but to Here it says, but to know this, they must open their eyes to see to the greatest weapon against the Western world order, truth. Nothing hides the heart of man from himself like vanity. King ego is always a sturdy foe to fight. You know, so we're going to read this portion here and we'll open it up after this portion. What does the law of the USA say about the N.B.C? It is illegal, a legal impossibility for the so-called Negroes, blacks, and colored people to free themselves without the achievement of a good education in divine, national, and civic laws. Such needed learnings are not nearly as complicated as Harvard, Yale, or the American Bar Association, ABA, would have you believe. Most people in the West do not realize the foundation of U.S. laws is lodged between the European, Latin, and Greek languages. Ironically, the first Bible, which today's United States churches, government, and state officials must swear upon, was also written Koine Greek. It says none of the European systems of education are designed to free the Negro from his Western psychic enslavement. On the more personal note, the basis of all laws are more of a person's birthright that rest upon two immutable pillars of status and jurisdiction. First, learn these two principles combined with all testimonies. In any lawful endeavor you decide to undertake, and your final judgment will be both honest and just. The most powerful secret slave laws prevailing today are active as long as N.B.C attend our schools and believe in our churches. We Europeans will always own them. For example, to know the true status of any Negro, black, or colored person, a seeker must learn the origin and definition of these words. Do not forget these words were the property labels given to slaves by the slave owners, then written into the 1779 United States Constitution under the classification of the 3/5 clause. During that time, as the great Constitution of the United States was written, N.B.C were those who had been reduced from African nationals to chattel property by the people and for the people. This made the slave terms of N.B.C legally branded upon the African descendants and lawfully enforceable by all U.S. courts. In 1857, the United States Supreme Court infamous Dred Scott decision upheld the original denationalization intent of the slave marks Negroes, blacks, and colored. Later, in 1868, congressional, that's 1 year after that book that we was just reading too, the 14th Amendment, the words of all persons born, still meaning commercial property, and incorporating the original 3/5 clause, 3/5 of a human being, written into the U.S. Constitution, made the newly freed N.B.C believe he and she are citizens. Truth is, there is no one who is able to make any property a citizen as long as it continues to self-claim the name property and is still nationalized via ownership of another government. Truth is, the definition of the words N.B.C has never been changed in Webster's or law dictionaries. Neither any of the three branches of the United States government that have jointly enslaved the nationals of Northwest and Southwest shores of Africa. The problem with getting this message across to those that need to know is the pre-measured Negro mentality will naturally reject its own freedom. It is difficult for such a mind to comprehend anything which is not first sanctioned by the masters of their mental slavery. In fact, the changing of slave labels every 10 years, it says if placed to music with a congenial beat, it says is more acceptable than the search for one's free national name. The histories of human slavery reflect ruling governments have traditionally used slaves in high positions of trust in domestic and foreign affairs. Responsibilities and compensations did not alter their status of servitude. Yet today, the N.B.C owned by the U.S. think their slave conditions are ended because of the carrots dangling of Clarence Thomas, Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan. Nevertheless, the carnal customs of man will never or will not alter the nature of truth. And just because the FCC sanctions its approval of today's African American to be black does not make it right or just. Ask any lawyer in the USA to prove how is it a Negro can be made a citizen. And he or she will find a 14th Amendment way. But they will not tell you when the definition of slave labels, N.B.C, changed to the status of nationality and free national descent name. It must also be remembered, lawyers are agents of the courts bound by oaths of private ABA guild. It says the United States of America has never been without African slaves in all her history. So what do the laws of the USA say about her N.B.C? Let's just say the Constitution of the United States has never changed its meaning of N.B.C 3/5 clause. Neither has Congress overruled the Supreme Court Dred Scott decision while leaving its justices' constitutional definitions of Negro still intact. The justices clearly ruled, Section 4, a Negro, whether free or no, of African race, whose ancestors were brought to this country and sold as slaves, is not a citizen within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States. Section 6, the only two clauses in Constitution which point this race treats them as persons whom it was morally lawful to deal in the articles of property and to hold as slaves. Huh? And that's the re-enslavement the European was asking for. So we'll stop right there at this particular point, and I'm going to open this measure up, and I'm going to drop this link down here just to see if anybody want to hear this, measure that we got to bring forth from our family if they have something to come forth with. I'm going to go through here as I drop this link in here, and the truth is the truth, family. I know some of this truth probably made some of our people say, I got to get up out of there. That's too much. That thing there hurt, Yeah, to hear it like that, how they laid it down, and they put it, that's called real eloquent ignorance there they had going on up in there. Them people say we descend from the apes. We came before them, so now you know who they common ancestor is. They call it the Negro, the monkey. Crazy, terrible. So we give honors to our family, Noble Brian, Facebook user again, Sister Cena Renee, again, Dodd Ikrin Bay, Noble Brian. We're going to touch on some of these measures. I know y'all was talking and giving some grand drawings in here. Creator of the boundless universe, Born Dog, honors to you as well. Carbon Dark Matter, Anti-American American, Walaikum Salam. Yes, sir. Noble Brian say the Book of Fire. Brother Commission, they got that book at the LOC. Yeah, that's in the Library of Congress too. That's where I found it out, actually. I just went and dug and found the PDF. Honors to our family, Daryl Betts. Also, welcome family to the channel. If you're still there, if not, if you come back again, and to look at this or, anytime in the future, you welcome family. Okay, let's see here. Okay, our brother Noble Brian, brother Commissioner reading his plan. Okay, yeah, that's when we was having a little technical difficulties where I wasn't paying attention. Yep, paper terrorism, identity theft, crimes against humanity, and genocide. That's exactly what was going on, brother Noble Brian. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, we was talking about the Tiny Moors and all of that. They're honest to our brother Marquise as well. Yes, sir. In this book, it sounds like they practicing hate. Yeah, we addressed that earlier and created promoting a curriculum based in hate. Yeah, that's the actual blueprint on it. Yes, sir. This book shall be called the Book of Hatred. That's exactly what it was. Mark, Brother Marquise laughed at that one there. Islam Mitchell L. Cali Cuz, honors to your family. Okay, our family say commission adept human being seen monster on Valentine's Law Dictionary. There we go. We got to check it. Yeah. Monster, a human being by birth, but in some part resembling a lower animal. You already know they were talking about us. A monster can have no inheritable blood and cannot be adhered to any land, and that's why they treated the slaves like they did. You know what I mean? I know this book here is pretty much a rude awakening for all of those who probably seen it. Because, you know, this is worse than the Willie Lynch and the King Alpha plan. You know, the protocols of Zion and all of it. This is when they first made the Negro, and the beast, as the chairman called it. Civilly dead in the law. Yes, sir, in the view of the law. Conditioning one who has lost his civil rights and capacity. That's right, dead according to the law. Damn, Unc trying to teach the people that they monkeys and apes. Yep, that's exactly what he teaching them. And you see where this stuff come from. That's why I told y'all, when y'all ever see them come up there with it again, y'all got to expose them. If y'all ever get a chance and y'all can expose them, don't never let them get away with this no more. This show you how ignorant our people are, eloquent in their own ignorance. You say Adam was made by pale dust, huh? Brother Marky, Adam was made by pale dirt, huh? Yeah. You know the author of this book of hatred probably ended this by saying, in Jesus' name we pray, amen. That's basically how he ended it. You heard it. This is the origin of Christianity that invite our people to practice ugly. And that's why the prophets say we got to return the church and Christianity back to them people. You know, they're looking like you, the serpent in the midst of the garden. You know, they respect the dog more than they respect you. And the oath-taking Western Freemason concealing the truth to administer, that's right, modern Europe, Roman lies, knowingly and some unknowingly. Sad. Commission Adept Herefin God did not tell Adam that. Yeah, he didn't tell Adam none of that stuff they were talking about, brother. None of that. Nasty work, family. But they couldn't peanut butter, though. Okay. It says, but Ben Carson, first man to split Siamese twins successfully. But they cannot make peanut butter, though. Okay. It says, the book of hatred tonight has taught me that it's levels to this hatred. I see why our prophet Noble Drew Ali say we must learn to love instead of hate. We don't want to be nothing like the author. That's right. That's right, family. Only way out of the fire is through the fire. Commission Adept, this is why they sent us to Liberia rather than stay here. Amistad, St. John, Quincy Adams, United States, 5th verse. That's right. Yes, sir. That's right, family. Naturalization. Our brother creator of the boundless universe said Naturalization Act of 1790. Yes, sir. And the Status 103 enacted March 26, 1790 was the law of the United States Congress that set the first uniform rules for the granting of the United States citizenship. You know, naturalization, the law limited naturalization to the free right person of good character, thus exclude Native Americans, indentured servants, and enslaved people, free black people, and later. That's right. Asians. Finite minds can't comprehend the infinite thing. That's right. If you believe you are a so-called black citizen of the United States, you are wrong. Facts. And Cameron Man Bay, Islam Grand Man, I actually cleared out a measure to let you come into my friends on the book. I just got to accept it. I got one of you already got a page where I accepted you already too, you know, as a friend. So I'm gonna go in there too, because I had to clean out some knock some people off of there that wasn't really on there. I had to go through there because I got like 5,000 people already there. So when I be hitting accept, it ain't letting me accept. So I go back through there and add you. But yeah, that's pretty much my drawing, family. It ain't too much more to be said about what's said that it ain't already been said. But man, y'all get a chance, y'all go back and look at that particular book and go in there and you can read the other portion I didn't read. The funny part with me is they were saying that we ain't never built nothing. That's the proof. They left the pharaohs there with European stringy hair, to prove. I wouldn't doubt if the Mason didn't take some of their so-called grand master and worshiper masters over there and put them in tombs, to act like they was ancient. You know what I mean? I wouldn't doubt that they would do something like that, but they say that Hiram Abiff couldn't have been a Negro because the Most High wouldn't have chose him to go build no temple with Solomon. That's crazy. That's the sickest thing I hear. But when they went to going into that and how they crafted that thing and went into showing the differentiation, well, basically we got to draw a line in the sand, y'all, dealing with demarcation. So either we gonna say that Noah was, he said it couldn't be but one people. Now either they gonna be all black or they gonna be all white. So it made Noah and his descendants all white, and then okay, everybody else that come out of that is white. Whether it was in Egypt, anywhere on the earth, the Negro, he ain't Noah, he was the beast of the field. But he existed now before Adam, because God created the beast of the field before he created Adam. Come on, man, this is some mean. This is crazy. Man, y'all definitely got to share this demonstration here, and put this out here, because it don't get no plainer than this. Yeah, I got a lot of that information too. I got the case, versus the two. When you deal with the ancient Arabic order, the noble and mystic shrine, versus the ancient Arabic order, the noble of the mystic shrine. The Egyptian Arabic order is the Prince Hall, and the ancient Arabic order is the Arabs. I rather the European anyway. Both of them claiming they got their knowledge from, or they was appointed by, the Egyptian Pasha, Tawfiq. In the Prince Hall doctrine, they say Rofelt Pasha, but they saying they got it from the Pashas. They permission to establish and swear on the Quran and following the ways of Ali and so forth and so on. Yeah, we familiar with it, and we familiar with the case of the European Freemasons bringing their case, against the Prince Hall Shrine, saying they were using their name. Yeah, we know, and then we know about the International Lodge, in which they got Europeans and N.B.C's amalgamated. So it's a whole bunch. Yeah, we familiar with it. I got that case in my archives. I actually covered it too, in some of my old videos. If you go into the archives, I went into that. So yeah, that's a good thing to bring to the manifest. And that's why people got to wake up, man. Our people got to come up out, of this bondage and what this European done told them to be the truth. And they got to be the truth themselves, because if you let Rome tell it, boy, we the worst thing to ever touch the earth, and we deserve nothing but destruction. That's what they were saying in that information. So we got the pen in our hand. That's why it's time now for us to write the history. And that way the history is no longer a mystery. So okay, I see that we don't have nobody want to come in here, so we're gonna shut this demonstration on down. But y'all already know we coming with another tomorrow. Y'all go back, man, and look at this thing. Make sure you share it. That's what y'all got to start doing too, taking these different measures and just taking them throughout social media, man, and sharing them with the people so we can get more exposure so that they can come in and more people can be involved, because we here trying to build a nation. We trying to exhume the nation, man. We all part and partial of our own future. We all we got. If not us, then us. Not us, then us. You see? So looking at it from that special measure, family, I want to give honors to all of y'all. And y'all already know it's love, divinity, love divine, and we just say gratitude, and may all of our people come up out of this shallow grave, of a thought pattern that alludes to slavery, and that being a part and partially accepting, this assumable jurisdiction. Freedom ain't free unless freedom is brought forth by you and me. So that being said, family, y'all already know what time it is. We're going to go ahead and close this demonstration down. But what we will do, we're going to get us a good little track in here as we close it out.
Ali, Ali. Yeah. Ali, Ali. We've been talking about living in the last days, and watching hell unfold right here in front of us. Ali, Ali. But when the truth is on the manifest, falsehood must flee, you feel me? Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but then we hear the sound. I guess we still waiting. It's heaven visited, witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but then we hear the sound. I guess we still waiting. It's heaven visited, witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. I see no future as an adolescent. My head was solidly still, so my mother was stressing. Cursed with this blessing on September the 27th. I was convicted from the boom as a young felon. Daily rebellion, see my only father was my crew. A group of thoroughbreds, a few dead, but they was true. And I thank the Lord for pulling me through. Despite the madness, I'm never neglecting the youth. And sleeping masses, we bleed from a single wound. So why not heal together? Cause in the meantime, it's getting better. But see, this game won't last forever. I seen a change in their policies. So pay attention to my prophecies. And please, let's give the babies a chance to grow and breathe. And with these lows, we can feed more. Believe, when will we ever learn to love ourselves and see that hell is a cell filled with black brothers, men. We living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but then we hear the sound. I guess we still waiting. It's heaven visited, witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. Brothers, we living in hell, can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but then we hear the sound. I guess we still waiting. It's heaven visited, witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. The greatest wars within, being we all sin. But then and again, let's check them foes we consider friends. Cause like casino, they flip when the issue was chips. But rather than slip, I be secure, so I'm fully equipped. And this a trip is right or wrong, we'll be Lego failures. Let's congregate in commemoration, respect your elders. Maybe this life will be the one to bring your Savior's day. If you consider this hour to flee, I'll lead the way. Knowing this world is crooked, wide do we deviate? Missing the mark by miles because of arrogance and self-hate. But I guess we see it in our own time. See, nothing profits a man lacking his own mind. It's a terrible thing to waste, brothers. We need power. Our resurrection is rising above the ways of haters and cowards. See, the beast devoured the lost sheep, roaming alone. So it's a must that we protect our own. Brothers, we living in hell. Can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but did we hear the sound? I guess we still waiting. It's every visited witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty. Brothers, we living in hell. Can you tell? Just take a look around. Trumpets blown, but did we hear the sound? I guess we still waiting. It's every visited witness my word. Let's free our souls from this penalty.
Peace and love, family. The only way out of the fire is through the fire. We give honors to your family. See you on the next measure. Shemotepu, Ankwajet Seneb, life, health, and prosperity be upon you all, and the peace of the ancestors I offer you.